először elmondom a magyarul hivatalosan, és vagy a kedves vendégeink, technikai információval szeretném kezdeni a magyar nyelvű kollégáknak, akik itt vannak. Ahogyan lehet látni, tolmács fülkével készültünk, úgyhogy aki szeretné igénybe venni ezt a lehetőséget, tőlem balra a bejáratnál lehet ezeket az eszközöket igénybe venni, és gyorsan megmutatnám, hogy ez hogyan működik. Tehát ott vannak ezek az eszközök. Aki szeretne, most nyugodtan oda mehet. Nem sokan jelentkeznek. Nagyon egyszerűen működik egyébként. Össze kell dugni, hogyha még közben valaki szeretné ezt használni. Be kell kapcsolni, és a 2-es számig kell eljutnunk, azon a frekvencián fog működni a tolmács. Úgyhogy ha esetleg közben bárki szeretne élni ezzel a lehetőséggel, nyugodtan megteheti. Most pedig elkezdjük a mai nap programját. I would like to say welcome to everybody in Eger and in our university. Here is an international conference on knowledge transfer about just transition. It is organized in the framework of Life IP North Who Trans project by Esterházy Károly Catholic University and the Ministry for Innovation and Technology. First day of the conference provides platform for 4th meeting of Call Commission. You can hear plenary presentations about just transition plans of Call regions. First of all, we will see a video of our history and our goals. After the plenary speeches, okay? Thanks. So, now the time is for openings and greetings. First, I would like to ask Dr. Pajtókné, Dr. Tari Ilona, Rector of Esterházy Károly Catholic University, for her opening speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, welcome. I would like to start my speech with Gernot Wagner's quote, an economist on climate risks, from his article, Climate and Risk. He writes, "Climate change is not about what we know, it's about what we don't know. What we know is but enough, what we don't know is much worse." End of the quote. Its findings are in line with the summary of the IPCC assessment report published in 2022. In this document, nearly 300 scientists summarize the key findings of some 12 scientific papers. The claims are startling, even though the main conclusions have been known since 2007. Here is another quote from IPCC. "It is clear that human activity is warming the atmosphere, ocean, and land. The Earth's surface has warmed intensively since 2014, with the last 5 years being the warmest since at least 1850. Extremes are increasing, more and more intense. Weather events are occurring, and there is growing evidence that this is the result of human activity. We cannot rule out the possibility of ice sheet collapse and changes in ocean currents, including shutdown of the Gulf Stream." End of the quote. It has also become clear that the consequences of these changes are irreversible. For example, the world as we know it will never be the same. While damage can be reduced through sufficiently profound and globally comprehensive lifestyle changes, both natural habitats and human society will have to adapt to the extremely changes and the increasing frequency of associated disasters. We are increasingly reading about natural disasters like the climate change. We are seeing a succession of more intense rains and floods, followed by longer dry spells. The IPCC emphasized that there are many signs that these effects could become increasingly negative if we continue with the current production and consumption model. It has therefore become urgent and imperative to take political decision to drastically reduce emissions of carbon dioxide and other highly polluting gases in the coming years, for example, by replacing fossil fuels and developing renewable energy resources. So I think this is why it is extremely important for us that our university is the only higher education institution in Hungary to participate in the Life Integrated project, which is being implemented by a 22 members consortium led by Ministry of Innovation and Technology. From yesterday, the Ministry of Technology and Industry, and which contributes to implementation of national energy and climate plan, including the decarbonization of last remaining lignite power plant in the Hungarian electricity system, the Matra power plant, by 2030. One of the most important tasks of the University in Life project is the coordination of stakeholders. This is why the Coal Region Committee Secretariat has been established, whose main role in the first phase of project is to learn from international experience, build links with the other coal region, assess the social economic impact of the project, and evaluate the potential of environmental awareness. Esterházy Károly Catholic University serves as a knowledge base for the region's economic actors in order to put theoretical knowledge into practice. And in turn, these active territorial development activities give us the opportunity to play a prominent role in shaping the region vision for the future. I would like to thank our partners for allowing us to live in a part of the world where we care about the environment, where we strive for harmony with the world we create, where it is important to use our knowledge for good. I thank the government of Hungary, the local economy, and the experts at our university and in all other fields. I hope that this conference will do that it was created to do. May it unveil a grand vision for sustainable, just transition for the Matra power plant and its region. I wish you a successful conference. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. And now I'm calling for the stage Dr. Barbara Botos, the Professional Manager of Life IP North Who Trans Project.
Dear Ms. Rectoress, honorable colleagues of the European Commission who are online, dear colleagues, and most importantly, a very hearty welcome to all our guests who came from the other European countries. So welcome all of you to this beautiful northern Hungarian city of Eger. I'm extremely happy to welcome you here as the current event that you are participating in is considered to be a milestone. And I can say it proudly and without exaggeration that in the just transition of the single largest coal region of Hungary, my first words must express gratitude towards many of you. Dear Ms. Rectoress, thank you for hosting this conference in your institution, which is among the oldest ones actually in Hungary. And given the fact that we cannot in any circumstances be able to progress without highly educated young people committed to battle and stop climate change, your tireless work performed here is indispensable for us to succeed. And dear Ms. Deputy Director General and dear Mr. Happars online, we are all conscientious that without the financial and professional support of the European Union regarding coal phase-out process, we would not be here. As the LIFE program of the Union turns 30 years this year, we are celebrating the 30th anniversary, the best way to commemorate it is, according to my opinion, is saying thank you for making it possible to us to be able to be part of the European initiatives which aim climate neutrality and just transition. After we fulfill our commitments, we will immediately be ready to share our experiences with those who will need it, the same way our invitees here do it in the framework of the current international conference. In perfect accordance with my colleagues, I can candidly say that we are impressed by the goodwill and helpfulness of our international guests who accepted our invitation despite the challenging times we are witnessing here in Central and Eastern Europe. A proverb says in Hungary that hard times create hard people, and our intention is to carry out coal phase out, and this intention remains solid amidst these unexpectedly emerging difficulties, and we intend to persevere and carry on. In order to execute this, we are always ready to learn best practices from others, from you, my international colleagues. Thank you again for accepting our invitation, and your willingness to share your knowledge with us is absolutely amazing for me. Previously, I mentioned a milestone, and you can question why did I do so. From one side, the answer is very simple, but from the other side, it's quite complex. Since 2020, we are implementing the very first large-scale just transition project in the history of Hungary. In the former times, not enough attention has been given to people affected harshly by mine closures and not properly managed deindustrialization here in this region of Hungary. But we cannot buffer the responsibility to our ancestors. We are clearly obliged to look ahead to a climate-friendly and climate-neutral future. And here comes the complexity of just transition. It comprises so many elements that we have to pay attention to all of them. So we are here in 3 dimensions. But these 3 dimensions start with letter D, all of them. The first D is decarbonization. The next D is digitalization. The third D is decentralization. I think the first D is evident when we are in 3 dimensions. We have to decarbonize our future. We need digital technology. We need artificial intelligence. We need machine learning to progress. And number 3, decentralization. We have to increase our energy independence in the future. and that's part of the energy transition. But let me say, why don't we jump? Why don't we jump into the fourth dimension? And let's add diversification. We need to be diverse. We need to stand on many legs at the same time to be able to survive. That's what nature is teaching to us. Those ecosystems which are diverse are able to survive. Those ecosystems which are built on monocultures will cease to function and operate. We need to be diverse. We need to focus on those elements of just transition which are not energy transition, but the social and human impacts of energy transition. So let's be diverse. Let's jump into the fourth dimension. And of course, I can say, obviously, the technical side of the transition is crucial and cannot be neglected, which is energy transition, not for the moment. And indisputably, we must replace our lignite-fired capacities here and further improve our clean energy infrastructure throughout the country. But the concept of just transition is way more, because the most important element of this concept is the human and the economic side. In the complex process of just transition in this region, which certainly will contain difficulties too, investing in our people and local economy must be a priority. We have to give all support needed to a genuinely just and fair transition process to the workers of the Matra power plant and those of the lignite mines of Bükkabrány and Visonta, to the inhabitants of the neighboring municipalities using lignite to heat their homes, and to the enterprises involved in the value chain of the MVM Matra Energy Ltd, and so on. We already have made several major steps forward. Let me finish my speech by just mentioning a few of them. Nearly 2 years ago, we founded the Coal Commission of Hungary as the very first permanent consultation forum on coal phase-out. As it comprises all relevant stakeholders, locally and nationally, we are operating it constantly. We started the corporate mentoring program also by the Chambers of Commerce and Industry of Heves and Borsod-Abaúj Zemplén County, and the retraining programs dedicated to the workers of the MPP, also within the framework of our life integrated North-Hoo project. We are really working hard to carry out these projects. We are also working on the assessment of the environmental impacts of the industrial lignite phase-out, and furthermore, with the effective professional support of this very institution, we not only completed the territorial just transition plans of these two counties, but we also incorporated the highly useful propositions of the European Commission recently, and right now we are finalizing the just transition plans of Hungary. In close cooperation with the MVM Group, we have also elaborated several detailed project conceptions with the aim of economic diversification of the region, including sustainable business development, cultural and touristic attractions, and the well-thought-out land reclamation of the Matra power plant territories. So finally, I can easily sum up our policy regarding just transition. We will not leave anybody behind. Thank you for your kind attention. Don't forget, we have to jump from 3D to 4D. This is not an easy jump, but we have to work on it, and we are going to work on it for the next 8 years that are ahead of us. So I wish you a very pleasant, very useful, and very thought-provoking conference. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. In this section, last but not least, I would like to ask Sándor File, the President of Coal Commission, for his speech.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, shortly, because our time schedule, I would like to welcome you on behalf of the Matra Coal Region Committee to our international conference in Eger. Thank you for accepting our invitation and visiting our professional event. And I would like to say thank you for the organizer, for the friendly and great circumstances as well. So it is safe to say that this week Eger is the capital of energy, sustainability and green economy in our country, because this is the second international event here in a small town with 54,000 inhabitants, which has focused on this topic. We can see in our micro and macro environment as well that this is the most up-to-date topic that concerns the various groups and actors of the society. Today, especially true for the broad spectrum of the economy as well. The explosively increasing energy costs can have a big impact on production and the value creation process. In our opinion, after the first shock, the actors have to find answer and to rationalize and retune the processes with the development and the implementation of innovative solutions. Personally, I hope that this international conference will provide an opportunity to share our experience and knowledge and help the participants to solve the problems and environmental challenges of their own situation. Of course, by contributing the reduction of the carbon dioxide emissions and the creation of operational foundation for a more sustainable future. With these thoughts and expectation, I would like to wish you a fruitful conference for the next 2 days. In addition to the conference, I recommend you our city to your attention. I ask you to get to know Eger as much as possible, discover its taste, gastronomy, history, and many special wines. Thank you for your attention and wish a pleasant time in Eger. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and now we will have online presentations. First of all, the presentation title is The Role of Just Transition Mechanism in the European Green Deal by Clara Della Torre, Deputy Director General, Directorate General for Climate Action and European Commission. Since 1st September 2019, Clara Della Torre has had the post of Deputy Director General in the Directorate General for Climate Action in the European Commission. Prior to her current appointment, her professional career focused on research and innovation policy. She had been Director for Transport in the Directorate General for Research and Innovation from 2016 to 2019. Clara Della Torre has a degree in Economics and Business Administration from the Universidad Autónoma of Madrid.
The floor is yours, Clara.
Rectores, Professor Botos, Dr. Pyle, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me well? Because I hear some echo. Is it working properly?
Yes, everything's okay.
I cannot hear you.
Yes, everything's great.
Thank you. Thank you. So I was saying, Rectores, Professor Botos, Dr. Fine, ladies and gentlemen, it's really a pleasure for me to be here with you all at this crucial moment for the future of the European regions. I would have very much liked to join you in Eger, North Hungary, but thanks to technology, I can join you virtually. As you know, and we have heard, and you'll know by now, the European Union has adopted an EU-wide binding climate targets of reaching climate neutrality by 2050, and in the meantime, reducing our net emissions by at least 55% by 2030. To get there, And if we want to keep the promise of the Paris Agreement to make efforts to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees, the way in which we live and we work needs to change. With the launch of the European Green Deal, the European Commission provided not only the basis for a common and united fiscal response in time of crisis, but we also made a bold statement urging Europe to become the global leader in green technologies and economic sustainability. The Green Deal allows for an acceleration of the green and sustainable agenda that generations of Europeans have longed for. The transition is, as we've been hearing, inevitable and needs to happen fast, and now even faster, considering the geostrategic shift and the EU's decision to decrease dependency on Russian gas and also oil and coal following the invasion of Ukraine. Inaction is not an option. Failure to meet our climate targets increases social costs. Environmental damages from more frequent extreme events, as they mentioned, floods, heat waves, droughts, forest fires. All this will rise to an additional annual loss up to 175 billion euros if we reach 3 degrees of global warming. And we are already in 1.1 degrees. The distributional impact of these costs will be greatest among households who are already vulnerable, as they have least capacity to adapt, to escape pollution, to insure their homes, to boost flood protection. The rector referred to various IPCC reports. The recent IPCC Working Group 2 report, which shows that climate change impacts are and will be most felt by the poorest globally and regionally. As our Executive Vice President, Mr. Timmermans, rightly noted at the very launch of the Green Deal, if we cannot convince our citizens that this green transition is just, there's just not going to be a transition. I'm convinced that only by working with all stakeholders and partners we can deliver on the ground a green and just transition. In addition to the very well explained 4Ds mentioned by Professor Botos, there are 4 essential dimensions where we collectively have to make sure that there is a socially just Green Deal endeavor. First, winning the clean technologies and reskilling of workers battle. The second is closing the regional disparities gap and ensuring that territories which are dependent on closing and transforming sectors can set the basis for a new, locally decarbonized economy. The third dimension is precisely addressing the distributional effects of increased ambitious climate targets. And last but not least, ensuring inclusiveness and involving stakeholders in the communication about the transition, in the communication about climate change, and the socio-economic cost of inaction is very important. Allow me to elaborate on the opportunities and challenges of the way forward on these issues. The first thing is that moving towards a sustainable economic model enabled by digital and clean technologies can make Europe a sustainable, transformational frontrunner. Acting ambitiously will provide the European Union and its businesses, its industry, a first-mover advantage in the international economic arena, increasing their competitiveness in global markets. There's global markets which are more and more growing on precisely sustainable and green technologies. Achieving climate neutrality in Europe requires investment in research and innovation, investment in clean technologies, in developing new business models, diversification, skills, infrastructures, and not least changes in our behavior. Over the coming decade, we will need to construct new wind turbines, clean our industries, we need to renovate our buildings to make sure that they are energy and resource efficient. And for this purpose, we will need to enable the European Union companies to get into the pole position in developing, deploying, and commercializing low carbon solutions. I'm sure you know by now the Innovation Fund, which is endowed with about 25 billion euros if we take carbon price at 50 euros per ton. And it already supports the main technological pathways that will help Europe reach climate neutrality by 2050. On top of this Innovation Fund, we have an updated industrial strategy that will pave the way for the co-creation of the so-called transition pathways for each industrial ecosystem. And this, very importantly, together with social partners and other stakeholders. But the decarbonization of the most energy-intensive sectors cannot happen with a transformation along the entire value chain, including reskilling and upskilling of their employees accordingly. So investing in clean technologies makes no sense if investments in human capital do not match these changes. So to this aim, there are a number of funding opportunities in the European Union which are available for securing skilled workforce ready for this green and digital transition. As we speak, the Commission and the Member States, I'm sure Hungary as well, are discussing their funding priorities for the next decade. Among others, the European Social Fund Plus, as well as the Recovery and Resilience Facility, the REACT-EU, the Social Investment and Skills window of the InvestEU instruments. The second thing I would like to develop a bit is the fact that at the territorial level, decarbonization is, in most transition regions, still seen, perceived as a threat by local communities and sometimes their leaders, especially because the opportunities coming from the transition and the absolute necessity of transitioning to a greener economy are often not sufficiently or effectively communicated. Again, the question of communication is very important. And so we have the new Just Transition mechanism, which is our pledge of solidarity and fairness to the European regions most affected by climate transition. My colleague, Sander Happerts, will tell you much more about it. Let us not forget the European Union is also a community of values where solidarity, democracy are at the foundations. So this is embedded in most of our policies. The Just Transition mechanism will mobilize around 55 billion euros of targeted support in these regions that are pursuing cleaner economic growth and to make sure we leave no one behind. The size of the instrument, one can say it's modest compared to the challenge, but I can tell you, and I'm sure Sander will tell you much more, that it sets an innovative bottom-up governance process where the local communities, the trade unions are actors in the development, in shaping the future of the community. And this participation process, which is supported through the Just Transition platform, provides assistance to, among others, provides assistance to all regional stakeholders and in those territories relying strongly on fossil fuels and carbon-intensive industries. The third point on which I would like to emphasize is that the successive economic assessments done by the European Commission in view of the climate neutrality and more ambitious goals for 2030 and 2050, all these analyses have confirmed that the aggregate employment effects of the transition are overall positive, but that in turn, the sectorial composition might be significantly affected in some cases. Being conscious of the distributional effects from the proposed new emission trading system, the ETS, so-called ETS, for buildings and road transport. The Commission proposed precisely to couple that new ETS system with a social climate fund, precisely to address this, the impacts on the most vulnerable households, on micro-enterprises, and on transport users. Member States should also be able to temporarily direct income support to energy-poor or vulnerable households to absorb the immediate increase or immediate impact, rather, of the new ETS on buildings and road. And the fund, if everything goes according to the proposal of the Commission, would start operating 1 year before the new ETS kicks in. So preparing, this allows to prepare energy poor and vulnerable households. So we propose that all auction revenues from the ETS system flowing to the member states will be used in the existing and in the new ETS, will be used on climate and energy related purposes, including investments to mitigate the social consequences of the transition. The Social Climate Fund is, so the Just Transition Mechanism and Fund are designed to support the regions most affected by climate and energy transition. And the Social Climate Fund is equipped to support the citizens directly to facilitate this individual transition from their private home and their mobility. So you see, the different instruments address different actors of the economy. Last but not least, the last thing I wanted to make emphasis is that for a truly just transition, it is vital that we communicate about the transition. Let me insist on that. This is very important. We communicate on climate change, on socioeconomic costs of inaction, as well as about the commitment to phase out fossil fuels, to reduce emissions, and also communicate on the advantages of this transition. Everyone must understand the need for a planned transition and support the steps taken to deliver it. So this will both reduce resistance and provide resistance from the different actors, including the citizens, and will also provide certainty of direction so that investors and entrepreneurs increase their confidence and know where we are going. So stakeholder participation in all this transformation is a key component in any decision-making process because it allows citizens, stakeholders to be informed and influence the decisions and processes that will guide their lives at the end of the day. So enabling stakeholder engagement increases as well the public acceptance of public choices and decisions. At the end of the day, someone has to take decisions, but we need them to felt owned, and we need them to address the opposition that they can have in the different social groups. To conclude, the conference you have organized today, and congratulations for having had this IP project, which is very important. So as I was saying, the conference you've organized today and the manifesto you have launched are most timely and needed initiatives. They make sure that all stakeholders have their say in shaping the energy and the climate transition. Only in this way we can ensure that each and every one of us accepts and does their share in delivering the Paris Agreement goal, not only for us, but also due to future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and we will have another online presentation. The title is General State of Play of Territorial Just Transition Plans and the Programming of the Just Transition Fund, by Dr. Sander Heppert, Directorate General Regional and Urban Policy, European Commission. Dr. Sander Heppert is a policy analyst on sustainable growth at the European Commission's Directorate General Regional and Urban Policy. He coordinates the work on the Just Transition Fund, which will invest 19.2 billion euros to alleviate the social and economic impacts of the climate transition in the 2021 to 2027 period.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. I will share my presentation. I hope that you will be able to see it. I'm very happy to speak to you today. Although it is remote, I would have loved to be there with you physically, and I hope that we get the chance soon to meet also in person in the regions. I will not repeat what the previous speaker, Ms. De La Torre, has said. I think my presentation will go a little bit more in details about the EU Just Transition Mechanism, and also following on what Dr. Botos has already said about the preparation in Hungary. I want to give you a bit of a general update where we are with the preparation of these plans. So, as Ms. De La Torre has said, the Just Transition Fund is part of one of the key pillars of the European Green Deal, which is ensuring a just transition for all. And the Just Transition Fund, which I will focus most on in this presentation, is now part of cohesion policy, which is a policy that many of you will know. It mobilizes around 1/3 of the EU budget, and it has this unique bottom-up and participatory approach that Ms. De La Torre already referred to. The Just Transition Fund is one of the 3 pillars of the Just Transition Mechanism. I am just showing this slide here. I will not focus too much on Pillar 2 and Pillar 3 of the Just Transition Fund, of the Just Transition Mechanism, but I want to remind you of these 3 pillars because the territorial Just Transition plans that we are now negotiating with all the member states, they give access to these 3 pillars, and together these will mobilize near 55 billion euros for the most affected regions. Now, which regions will benefit from the Just Transition Fund? This is a key question, and it is also part of the negotiations that we are now having with all of the member states. What you can see here on this map are the regions that the Commission originally proposed to benefit from the Just Transition Mechanism, but we are discussing with several member states also the possibility of including more regions in the Just Transition Fund, including also a 3rd region in Hungary, which we in the Commission think is very well justified in the case of Hungary. But what is essential here is to note that the Just Transition Fund will not be there for all regions. As was said before, it is, all things considered, a quite limited fund, and we want it to be very targeted, both thematically but also geographically. That means that the fund, so in this period, 2021 to 2027, should go to those regions that are the hardest hit by the transition to climate neutrality. And these are essentially 2 types of regions. Today, we've heard already a lot about coal and lignite. So this is indeed one type of regions, those that are dependent on the extraction and production of fossil fuels, such as coal and lignite, but also peat and oil shale. These industries, in line with the climate targets and the objective of climate neutrality, are facing an irreversible decline, and they will disappear. There is no future for coal, peat or oil shale in Europe. And of course, this is why they will receive the help of the Just Transition Fund. But we also have regions that are heavily dependent on carbon-intensive industries, such as steel, cement, or chemicals. These are industries that we don't want to disappear, but that will have to undergo a significant transformation, technological, but also other, in order to be in line with the climate neutrality objective. And these regions will also receive help from the Just Transition Fund. Now, what are we expecting to see in the plans that we are currently discussing with all member states? Essentially 3 things. First, we need to know what is the transition process that will take place at national level. So how are the member states going to achieve the 2030 and 2050 targets? What is the timeline for achieving the milestones? This is an essential first element of the plans. Then what we are expecting to see is which impact this transition will have at the level of the territories, so the territories that will receive the funding. These are obviously going to include social impacts, loss of jobs when facilities are closed, and the need for reskilling that will be very important also in the transforming industries. Also economic impacts that are related, for instance, to the closure of sites and the broader value chains of the economic activities that are present there. But depending on the regional situation, these can also have demographic, environmental, or health impacts. So these impacts will be very different in each territory, which is why a place-based approach is really needed. And then thirdly, the plans are going to outline the investment that is being proposed to contribute to alleviate these impacts. And mainly, we are looking for investments that aim at the skills, so the upskilling and reskilling of people who are affected by the transition, and also the economic diversification, because very often we are dealing with regions that are heavily dependent on one single activity, and we really want that all regions not only receive help with negative impacts, but really that for them also the climate transition becomes something positive and an opportunity. So we want each region to have a future, and we do not want to repeat the mistakes of the past, in the past century, where, for instance, coal mines were closed and the region was forgotten. There are also other investments that can be funded by the Just Transition Fund, as long as it's clear that these investments are there to really alleviate the impacts that were identified. So where are we now with the negotiations on the territorial just transition plans? What you can see in this graph is how many member states have already submitted formally their plans to us. So these are 9 member states that have already done so, and 2 of them are very close to be adopted. Hungary is among those member states, as you have heard, that have already shared informal drafts with the Commission, already in several versions, with lots of improvements between the versions. And we are hoping, of course, that Hungary and other member states will soon submit the plans to us so that we can assess them and adopt them. A few words about the lessons that we have learned from negotiating this very new fund and with an innovative approach in the European Commission. So in the past months, we have seen really important progress. I already mentioned the discussions on the geographical scope of the JTF. This has now been addressed and cleared for most of the member states. We have received a lot of questions on eligibility of operations. So what does it, for instance, mean when we exclude all funding to fossil fuels? And there are a couple of specific investments that are possible under the Just Transition Fund, such as investments to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from ETS activities. So we have received lots of questions on that. We have provided the answers, and there is now a lot of clarification. But there are 4, I would say, outstanding issues, and I would just mention each of these 4 very briefly in the remainder of my presentation. And these are really things that we're now working on very closely with the member states concerned in order to clear these issues and to adopt all of the plans. First, and I think, and I'm very happy to hear that this was already mentioned by several of the speakers, is the focus on skills and really the human dimension of the just transition that is essential for us. But what we see in some draft plans is still the predominant focus on the industrial aspects and the investments that are needed there, without really giving the appropriate attention to the people and the places affected, in particular on skills. So this is just to recall that we will require a strong focus on skills in each of the territorial just transition plans, and the analysis that underlie this should be based on a skills forecast as is required by the regulation as well. Secondly, and here I really speak about the coal regions in particular, we do need, as I said before, a very clear description of the transition process at national level. So how is the country intending to meet the 2030 and 2050 targets? What are the milestones? And we do require a clear timeline here. And as you can see on this small graph, this is a graph that is taken from the website of DG Energy, which is continuously updated. And there has been a lot of progress in the past years, also thanks to the Just Transition process with regard to coal phase-out commitments, but there are still a couple of member states where the planning is not yet so clear, but this is really a requirement for receiving the Just Transition Fund. But then turning to the carbon-intensive regions, also there where we are not looking for any commitment to close anything down, we do need to see also a very clear transition process. So if the Just Transition Fund is expected to accompany the transition towards, let's say, climate neutral steel or cement, we want to know also what is the expected transformation process that is going to take place and which impacts will this have at the level of the territory, so that we can really tailor the Just Transition Fund to the needs of these regions. So also here, the focus then should be on the impacts on the people and on the places. Fourthly, and finally, the description of a strong partnership. So I'm very happy here that we are speaking about the Just Transition in a region, Eger, with the university, and other stakeholders, because this is something that we will really look at when we scrutinize the territorial Just Transition plans. This is a key element of cohesion policy, and it's even more important to us for the Just Transition Fund. So we want trade unions, NGOs, youth, local authorities to be really involved in the discussion on the preparation of the Just Transition Fund, but also the implementation, because as soon as the plans are adopted, we want these partners also to continue to be involved in the implementation of the fund, and we expect member states and regions to really take this as seriously as we do. Then a final word regarding also this partnership principle at the level of the EU. At the EU level, we in the Commission have set up the Just Transition platform, which has now organized already 5 high-level events. The last one was 2 weeks ago. I'm also very happy about the one before at the end of last year, where we had, for instance, Dr. Botos in a panel together with Executive Vice President Frans Timmermans and other regional leaders. So this is really a forum where we want to bring everyone together and to share knowledge and good practices also for the implementation phase. And we are currently preparing the next event that will take place in the autumn, and we hope that this will be a physical event in Brussels, and we hope that we can welcome many of you there. We also launched a new website of the Just Transition platform. The link to that website is on my next slide. And within the Just Transition platform, we have set up working groups specifically for carbon-intensive regions, so regions heavily dependent on steel, cement, and chemicals. And we have another 4th working group on the horizontal stakeholder strategy. If you are interested in these working groups and what they will do, working on the Just Transition of these regions in the coming years, there are still opportunities also to get involved. That was it from me. I'm looking forward to your questions, and please have a look at some of the links here in this slide, which I hope will be made available to you as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now, this is the time for questions.
We cannot hear you. I cannot hear you.
Sorry. Okay.
Okay, now. Yeah.
Thank you. So this is the time for questions. Our online presenters are here, so we can ask them, yes, first. But the role is to come here, okay? That's all. First question is here.
Hello, good morning. My name is Csaba Vasko from Hungary, from this Life Integrated project. And my question is dealing with the economic diversification and the partnerships that you mentioned. So the situation here in these core regions that small and medium enterprises and local authorities have limited resources and capacities to come up with good projects that are eligible for Just Transition Fund. With special regard to economic diversification towards green economy or carbon neutrality. And the reason is that they are not used to it. So my question is, while large enterprises can have the resources and capacity to develop such projects. So my question is that how can you see the cooperation opportunities among these stakeholders when the GTF resources are limited? Thank you.
I suppose I'm expected to reply already. I don't see anyone. This is really a pity of this virtual forum that you can see me, but I cannot see you. So first, let me emphasize that indeed, so the Just Transition Fund does have this option to support productive investments in large enterprises. This is something exceptional in the sense that the other cohesion policy funds cannot pay for that. The idea behind this is that in some of the regions, in particular those that will face heavy job losses, there is really a need to also, to a certain extent, support productive investments in large enterprises to compensate for this job loss. But as we have said always, and this you will also find in the staff working document that we published in September, these are investments that are really linked to a set of quite strict conditions, and they really need to be exceptional, or rather exemplary, I would say. So even though the Just Transition Fund resources are limited, it will not and it should not be given only to large enterprises. When it comes to the resources and capacities for local stakeholders, and I don't know because I cannot see the room, but perhaps Dr. Botos or other people responsible for the management of the funding in Hungary will want to complement. But there is, of course, the option of also giving direct support to local stakeholders through technical assistance to really build up their capacities to be involved in the funding and to propose projects. So this is really something where I would really highly recommend you to explore and make full use of these options, because this is exactly what we want to see with the Just Transition Fund, that local stakeholders are empowered and that they also are able to make use of the funding. So you will always find a partner in us also at the level of the Just Transition platform to help you to do that. I would invite you to take a look at the new website of the Just Transition platform. And I want to say and announce that in the coming months, we will be putting extra support mechanisms in place. But please don't forget that the Just Transition Fund, like other funds, they are under shared management, and that the member states will be mostly responsible to decide where the funding will go. So your question should also be directed to the managing authorities in Hungary. I hope you heard me because I cannot hear and see you. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is there any questions?
Please. Okay. Can you hear me? Yes. Hello. So it's Katie Treadwell from WWF European Policy Office. I was wondering, we have often we talk about the involvement of stakeholders in the design. What about the implementation? What is the Commission planning to support small stakeholders in particular to be involved during the implementation of the Just Transition plans? Thank you.
So I don't want to take the, sorry, I will, you have to mute, otherwise I hear an echo and then it's not possible. Yes, thank you very much. I don't want to dominate here the floor. I can only repeat my previous answer. So to give the direct support to stakeholders on the ground, that is a role for the local and regional managing authorities. So it's a question that you should address to them. What we will continue to do at the EU level, for instance, as part of the Just Transition platform, is to really support stakeholders the best that we can. We do it through the working groups, as I've said, and we will put additional assistance in place. This is something that we are preparing now the terms of reference for, including to give direct support to stakeholders on the ground, but it will have to be through requests. But this is something for next year. In the meantime, it's really the member states who have the key to give the direct support to local stakeholders. And then there are, of course, many other related initiatives where stakeholders can be involved through the Climate Pact, for instance, and other elements.
Thank you very much for the responses and for the presentations as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any question or we can continue? Okay, thanks. Thank you very much. And now the next presentation title is Hungarian Measures under Just Transition Fund, What We Need to Do and How, by Dr. Botos Barbara, Deputy Minister of State for Climate Policy. Dr. Barbara Botos is in charge of international, EU and national climate change policy making, including through the field of energy efficiency and project implementation. She also supervises the National Climate Protection Authority, responsible for national gas regulation and the Hungarian emission trading system. She is responsible for the launching and the supervision of climate, energy and green transport related projects, including through the Green Bus program, several renewable energy, energy efficiency and e-mobility tenders, energy innovation and climate adaptation projects.
Thank you so much for the introduction, and thank you to the honorable colleagues of the European Commission for just giving us the framework and a hint of what the Just Transition Fund is about. So my presentation before the coffee break, because there will be a coffee break waiting for you, is what Hungary measures are there under the Just Transition Fund and what we need to do now. This is the table of contents. A very short introduction, what it is really, although from the colleagues of the European Commission you have already got some insight on it, and the framework of the Just Transition plans that we have already prepared and informally submitted to the European Commission, as it has been said, the findings of the Inception report, when we started all the work together in the very beginning, the development needs and the planned times of activities, and the different sources and complementary funds available for the implementation of the Just Transition plans. And of course, we shouldn't go home without seeing the essence of this 9-year-long life integrated project, in the framework of which we are present right here. So, as you might have just heard, Just Transition Fund is available for all member states of the EU between 21 and 27, and it's not there for energy transition. It's there to facilitate climate neutral transition and also to mitigate the social and economic effects of energy transition. In the initial map of the European Commission, you saw only 2 countries, but that was because in the in the original Commission papers, only 2 counties were eligible for the fund, but we were really successful in campaigning for Borsod, Abaúj, Zemplén counties, so now it's on the map as well. So we have 3 counties which are eligible for the fund. As you can see, these are the main areas of intervention. As it has been said, we have to focus on the workforce, retraining people, diversification. You remember the 4th dimension of the economic area, technological change, innovations, R&D and innovation as well. And of course, alternative recultivation of mining areas, some green mobility, and of course, we should also put focus on households. So the target is, as I said, mitigating the social economic effects of the transition in these regions, and of course, starting on the road towards climate neutrality towards 2050. What is important to highlight is the overall amount that is available for Hungary. This is approximately 237 million euros. In Hungarian HUF, it's more than 100 billion. And of course, we had to add 15% of national contribution. And the 3 counties which are eligible in Hungary can get access to this amount if the territorial just transition plans are approved by the European Commission. The present Ministry for Technology and Industry submitted an application more than a year ago for assistance of structural support program from the European Commission, and together with a large consortium which was led by KPMG, which was selected by the European Commission to help Hungary, we really went through this planning process for the 3 counties. To what extent these just transition plans are connected to other initiatives? Let me just mention this 9-year-long life integrated project, the North Hoo Trans project, which is having the ministry and its 21 project partners in a consortium, and which will be up and running almost till the end of 2029. Of course, the plan of an integrated project is always to carry out a significant portion of a national strategy of a member state. And this national strategy is the National Energy and Climate Plan of Hungary. And as you can see, in this northern region, this Matra power plant is basically responsible for 10% of the total domestic CO2 emissions of Hungary. So if we can manage to have a very structured, very well-defined coal phase out in this region, we basically can solve 10% of CO2 equivalent reduction in the greenhouse gas emissions of Hungary, which could be a huge step forward. And as it has been said, there are 3 pillars. So Just Transition Fund is only one of the 3 pillars of the Just Transition mechanism. There is InvestEU available, and also the European Investment Bank's loans are available, as you can see in the last line, for the same purpose for other counties as well, not only these 3 counties. But if these other 2 pillars are resorted to by other counties, the projects that they are going to implement have to be linked to the main objectives of the Just Transition plans of these 3 counties. So here is the real map. You can see all the 3 counties, not only Heves and Baranya, but you can see in the north, Borsod, Abaúj, Zemplén countries, why these counties were selected. By the European Commission, this was Annex D that was available. This was what you saw in the presentation of the second European Commission colleague's speech. Because either there are industries within the emission trading scheme with very high CO2 emission, or there are carbon-intensive industries which are characteristic for the process emissions. And process emission means that it's not only incoming and used energy that produces a lot of CO2 emission, but during the production of clinker in cement production, 60–70% of the CO2 is coming out of the process. And currently, the technologies are not available to mitigate process emission. The only technology available now is CCS, CCU, which is carbon capturing and storage, and later on potentially utilization. So these are the 3 selected counties, and what we did within the structured project with the European Union, we made an inception report. And I think here you can see the 3 very clearly how we identified the declining sectors and the transforming sectors. And here you can see that if we can spend the money available in these 3 counties, we can basically maintain around 4,000 jobs in these 3 counties. Coal mining, coal-based electricity generation, manufacture of building materials and chemicals, heavy industry and automotive industry, and the supply value chain all belong to the declining and transforming sectors towards climate neutrality in this region. So first we assessed all the challenges posed by the transition in each of these 3 counties, and then when we assessed the challenges, we were trying to identify the needs and all the interventions needed to meet these needs. And these are the 6 main types of activities we have identified in these regions, and it's really within the scope of the Just Transition Fund. We are focusing on retraining, reskilling the workforce, on economic diversification, let's not forget this word, of technological change, promotion of research, encouraging renewable energy infrastructure, encouraging environmentally friendly household energy production. As here in this region, many households still use lignite for heating their houses, and green transport development, and of course, the repurposing of mining sites. So when we were trying to identify the needs and the interventions, this is the scheme that we have come up with. And we really saw that the interventions that we were coming up with were meeting the locally identified necessities and needs. And there was a whole lot of stakeholder workshops, engagements during the preparation of the Just Transition Plan. We even listened to the young people. We had a workshop for the youth. It was very interesting to see what young people, the future generation, think about just transition in these 3 counties. And also NGOs were involved in this process. So let's see first Heves County. Heves County was selected because the Matra power plant is located here. It's the largest CO2 emitter in the country, and of course the phase out has to happen soon. And also there is a lignite mine in Heves County in Visonta, which will be closed soon. So if you have a look at these 4 challenges that we associate with Heves County, the first is the presence of the energy-intensive industries. The second is the presence of the companies, you remember, which were termed as declining and transforming sectors, mine closure, and the third one is the proportion of people working in these transition industries, which are particularly affected by transition, and their number is very high. There are tens of thousands of households, as I told you, which still use lignite for heating. Let's have a look at the next neighboring county, Borsod-Abaúj-Zemplén County. Why is it justified to be eligible for the money? Although the Matra power plant is in the neighboring county, however, one of the operating lignite mines is here in this county. So here you can again see the main challenges, which are presence of the companies classified as declining and transforming sectors, presence of energy-intensive industries, mine closure, and again, people working, especially in the mines, who are affected by the transition, and their number is high. Just a hint why this country wasn't selected in the first round. The European Commission was using statistics from 2018, where in 2018 the number of miners was approximately 1,800. But according to Euro statistical database, any number that is under 2,000 is insignificant. And insignificant means it doesn't exist. So basically, Hungary was scored by 0 number of miners, which meant that this country was not supposed to be eligible. But for 1 year, together with the Hungarian Statistical Office, special thanks to them. They were really helping us. We were reaching out to the European Statistical Office, and we managed to persuade the European Commission that yes, this country is eligible. There are still miners working here, and their number may not be statistically significant, but for Hungary, their presence here is significant, and we have to take good care of them. And I already mentioned there are many other complementary financial sources that are available for just transition. Not only this Just Transition Fund, but also the Modernization Fund, which is available in the framework of the European Emission Trading Scheme. Also, the 10C mechanism, which is Article 10C of the Emission Trading Directive, which is available for electricity producing companies to do energy transition. We also have the renewable supporting system, which is basically a market-based tender, which is open for establishing renewable energy system which produce for the network, which produce for the grid. And of course, we have a lot of quota revenues. Each member state has quota revenues from the emission trading scheme and the EU operation programs and the REACT-EU and the RRF. These are all complementary sources that are available for this region as well, although not only for this region. So they are for all the country. There is no geographical scope for that. And last but not least, let me go through, before the coffee break, through this 9-year-long life integrated project. You see the policy scope for an integrated project is to carry out, to implement a national level strategy, which in the case of Hungary was the National Energy and Climate Plan. There is also a technical scope, which I have already mentioned. We need to reduce Hungary's greenhouse gas emissions significantly. And as you can see, geographical scope, of course, we are focusing on this northern area of Hungary. However, anything happening here can have a policy uptake, capacity building, and training effects on national level too. And as my most respected European colleagues are here, we also have a transnational level, because any learning, any best practice that we are going to have during this really well-defined structured project can be disseminated, can be transferred to any other lignite-fired power plants in the region. And we can do a lot of awareness raising together with our invitees and other project partners. We have just recently received a letter, I'm just hinting at my colleagues, from the Irish colleagues who are doing an integrated project on peatlands, and they would like us to present to them what we have learned in the last 2 years. So there is also a reach out between the Portuguese, the Polish, and the Irish and the Hungarian mitigation integrated projects to work together, to learn from each other. This is the transfer of lessons learned, the good practices and the best, not only the best practices, but the worst practices. We have to share the worst practices. We can learn from the mistakes. Only those people make mistakes, and only those people fail who try. So we are here trying to work together with all the 22 consortium partners to do a really structured coal phase out. And as I said, the national strategy is the NECP. All national energy and climate plans of each member state are built on 5 pillars. So every member state had to prepare their national energy climate plan based on the dimension of decarbonization, energy efficiency, energy security, better internal energy market, and research, innovation, and competitiveness. I think in the present situation, which started with COVID, and we had this energy price spike, and now we have the geopolitical situation, which is really, all these three were really calling for going towards these 5 pillars of the national energy climate plans, which is energy security, making us independent from energy dependence. So technical scope and link to strategic objectives, I think I've already talked about it. In the NECP, Hungary declared that we would like to reach at least 40% of greenhouse gas emission reduction by 2030. Currently, we are not at 32, but 33%, because the 2020 inventory data are already available. So we are not far, but we have still 7% to go. And hopefully this just transition of the Matra power plant will significantly contribute to reaching this target of Hungary, which is actually enshrined in law together with the climate neutrality target of Hungary by 2050. So there is an emission gap, as I told you. And this emission gap will be filled in with this project, and hopefully several million tons of CO2 will be saved by the energy transition of this region. So just some numbers. So we are looking at that northern part, which is in pink framework. Just to compare it to Hungary, the population, the area is almost 15% of the country. When we have a look at the number of inhabitants, it's 12% of the country. This area is this North Hungarian region of Hungary is responsible for 10% of the CO2 emissions, and 40% of ETS installation CO2 emission is concentrated in this region. This is a huge number. And 50% of the energy sector's greenhouse gas emission is concentrated in this area. And why is it an excellent scope for transition? Because Hungary has, this is the last lignite-fired power station. As you can see, the territorial scope is very well defined, and that's why I said all the good lessons learned can be easily transferred to any other member states. These are the targets of the National Energy Climate Plan of Hungary. The renewable target is 21%, at least 21%. The greenhouse gas emission target is at least 40%. And we also have a final energy consumption target for 2030 that we don't want to exceed the 2005 level of final energy consumption. And if we exceed it, it can only come from renewables. If we have a look at other relevant strategies, the National Clean Development Strategy is Hungary's long-term strategy. In the Paris Agreement, all parties to the convention were supposed to hand in their long-term strategies to the Secretariat of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. We did it last September, and the guiding principles was, of course, climate neutrality. The only reason you see 95% for Hungary, because 5% will come from the LULUCF sector, from the forests, from the energy sink capacities, and primarily by afforestation. We have a really ambitious target to do reforestation in Hungary. And of course, we made a financial side as well, because at the end of the day, the financial minister is always there to ask, okay, how much is going to cost? Well, 2.5% of the GDP annually. And if we have a look at the rest of the strategies that we have, There is also an energy efficiency obligation scheme that is up and running, was set up from last year, January the 1st, and we also have a long-term renovation strategy in Hungary. And this is the last slide, and the coffee is ready outside, but my kind colleague will help me guiding you. But you know, when we talk about long-term strategies, it's easy to make plans for 2050 or 2030. Not easy professionally, but easier to say brave things. But on short term, when we talk about the next 1 or 2 years, what can you say? And I think this was very ambitious from the Hungarian government. In 2020, in February, the government came out with a climate and environmental protection action plan. Action plans are always for the short term. What we are going to do in the next 1, 2, or 3 years. And if you have a look at, there were 8 points. Some of them were about circular economy, so the waste sector. Some of them were about renewable energy and, of course, green bonds, in which we are really progressing, and also afforestation and so on. But if you have a look at the 4th point, it's basically the sustainable and just transition of the Matra power plant. It is one of the main points that we have to do it, and we laid the basis of it in 2020, well ahead of the work we started on just transition plans. So I think this is the time to say thank you for your attention, and I really hope that in the next sections you will have very interesting discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thanks for your attention. It's time for a coffee break.
Yes, I guess. But I would like to suggest to meet at 12 o'clock. So have a short coffee break. Enjoy it, please.
And after we continue.
Yeah.
for our video of our history and goals, and it's working.
Magyarország szénvagyonának döntő többsége lignit. A lignit a szenesedés legalsó fokán álló, fás szerkezetű kőszén, amely eltüzelésével energiát lehet előállítani. A fűtőértéke viszonylag alacsony, így nem gazdaságos nagy távolságra szállítani, emiatt építik az erőműveket a bányák közelébe. Hazánk legnagyobb széntüzelésű erőműve a Visonta környékén található lignit mezőre alapozva 1967-ben kezdte meg működését. A mátraaljai lignitet 1968-tól kezdve a mai napig külfejtéses technológiával termelik ki. A külfejtéses bányászat technológiája szerint először eltávolítják a lignit telepek felett elhelyezkedő felesleges földrétegeket, azaz a meddőréteget. A bánya az évek során kilométereket halad előre, és ahogy az egyik külfejtés kimerült, a kitermelt meddőanyagot az előző terület gödrébe töltik vissza, azaz a területet alkalmassá teszik az újrahasznosításra. Az Európai Unió lépéseket tesz a karbonsemleges gazdaság kialakítására. Ezt a folyamatot segíti a Szénrégió Bizottság, mely hazánk első szénátmenettel foglalkozó állandó egyeztető fóruma. A felhagyott bányaterület tájba illesztése két részből áll. A technikai tájrendezés során a nagyjából 120-130 méter mélységű véggödörbe több millió köbméter töltésanyagot szállítanak vissza a szomszédos bányamezőről egy több kilométer hosszú szállítószallagos gépláncon. A bányagödör újrahasznosításának egyik módja az úgynevezett végtó kialakítása is lehet, amely a talajvíz, illetve rétegvíz visszatöltődésével jön létre. Miután a talaj visszaépítése és a megfelelő domborzati viszonyok kialakítása befejeződött, a biológiai tájrendezés következik. Ennek során a talajt alkalmassá teszik a meghatározott cél szerinti növénytelepítésre, ami lehet szántóföld vagy erdő. A Visonta környékén található volt bányaterületek helyén ma változatos növény- és állatvilággal rendelkező erdők, mezőgazdasági hasznosítású termőterületek, illetve megújuló energiát termelő napelemparkok találhatók. Érdekesség, hogy egy ilyen bányató víztömege, ami körülbelül 10 év alatt alakul ki, kétszer akkora, mint a Velencei tóé. Épp ezért a másodlagos újrahasznosítás folyamata komoly szaktudást igényel. A térségben elsőként megnyitott keleti egyesbánya helyén a tájrendezés során 426 hektáron több mint 2 millió csemetét telepítettek. 2015-ben kezdte meg működését 30 hektáron a felhagyott Őzsevölgyi zagytér tetején, az akkor az ország legnagyobb naperőművének számító egység, amely 16 megawatt kapacitással rendelkezik. Ezt a folyamatot segíti a Life EP North South Trans projekt az igazságos átmenet jegyében. Készült a Life EP North South Trans projekt keretében az Eszterházy Károly Katolikus Egyetem megbízásából.
And now the next presentation title is Territorial Just Transition Planning is the opportunity for a just transition being seized by Katie Treadwell, Senior Energy Policy Officer Worldwide Fund for Nature, based in Brussels and working with WWF European Policy Office since 2018. Katie Treadwell specializes in the just transition to climate neutrality. She is also involved as co-convener of the Europe Beyond Coal Campaign's Just Transition Working Group and was particularly engaged in NGO coordination around the EU Just Transition Fund. Katie Treadwell's presentation will focus on the process of developing Just Transition Plans, TGTPS, in order to access the Just Transition Fund so far.
Thank you. Yes, you'll have to let me know if you can't hear me. Thank you. I thought that might be the case. Yes, so I'm really happy to be here. I think it's a really great thing to have a conference where we're talking amongst many different stakeholders, and part of the Just Transition we heard is about this kind of dialogue and making things transparent and setting the direction. So I think as well it's worth saying, coal is on its way out, and that things are really changing a lot in the regions and the employment picture. So I'm really interested as well to find out more about the Coal Commission. It was great to hear about what's been happening already. And just transition, as Clara de la Torre said, is more and more important, especially now because we're accelerating the transition even faster because of the geopolitical situation. And so I won't repeat what other speakers have said too much, which means I can go slightly through my presentation a bit quicker. Yes, so I'm going to talk about, as was said, the work that we've been doing on just transition at the EU level in WWF, focusing in particular on the importance of the local level plans. And I'm going to introduce a tool which we created and is available online to assess the quality of the plans and their potential to deliver just transition against predefined criteria. And zoom in on what makes a good plan on that basis, and then present an initial assessment of the plans that we made in September last year. There weren't that many available, but of course it gives a bit of a picture on where some of them were then. So first of all, it's important to stress that coal is on its way out in Europe and the world. As I think Clara also said, inaction is not an option, either on social issues or climate issues, and actually those two things go together. One thing which we've been talking about a lot is just transformation, that, you know, really we're looking at system change here. So we might hear more about it later. I saw in the program there's discussion on the phase-out timeline, but from Global Energy Monitor's recent report from last week, there's been a 13% decline in coal capacity that's been in development around the world since 2021, and there's been a 77% decline in coal capacity itself since 2015, and the Paris Agreement was signed. So there's a lot happening here, and you can see on the map here as well of Europe, that's from 2016. The pink shows where there was no official coal phase-out in discussion in Europe. By 2022, that picture has drastically changed, and you can see that there are most countries in Europe now have either a coal phase-out by 2030 or before planned, or they have no coal in their energy mix. And there are very few countries on there that are now in pink without a phase-out date or even maybe a discussion on that. And actually Hungary there, you can see, is in light green, because I think you've announced a 2025 phase-out, which is fantastic, because that really sets the direction. And it's not by setting the phase-out date that we are actually getting the transition, or that this is what's driving phase-outs of coal. That decline is structural, and it's happening everywhere. So it's mainly economics that are driving it. And we can see that there are structural shifts taking place right across economies around the world. It's a very interesting report by Cambridge Institute for Sustainability Leadership in 2020, just before COVID, which showed through case studies of different countries in the EU, different sectors, that it's not actually climate action driving economy and labour market change, but 4 key mega trends. So globalization, technological change like automation, resource scarcity, and demographic changes. And so those are the things which are actually driving the change, and it's through climate action that we can actually have a small but positive impact on some of those changes. A lot of those are driving negative impacts, but new investments and new sectors, of course, can create new jobs, and also new potential to address social issues. Obviously, renewables are getting much cheaper. It makes sense. They are, as you might say, sovereign energy sources. They are coming in at us from all angles. And this, the fossil fuel price is the thing that's really driving the fossil fuel prices to go up, unsurprisingly, but not the carbon price. Also, we're seeing coal financing drying up because of these many factors showing that economics is pushing coal out. So many financial institutions have announced they're no longer going to finance coal. We also have countries saying that. So China, Japan, South Korea, they've all said that they will also no longer finance overseas coal. There's also a rejection of inaction. So you'll have seen the elections last week in Australia, largely given the narrative that this was a rejection of climate inaction and climate denial, climate science denial. It's happening at the local level as well in many elections around Europe. And then add to this energy security issues, we import coal because of a need for certain grades of coal, even if it's available in the country. So it will remain something that we have to import. And again, it's also not economic. Other fossil fuels are also imported. 90% of gas is imported. So, this is a lot of factors showing that we're having many, many changes in the economy. And just to say, the report as well was produced by WWF Poland in 2018, and that looked at how employment was changing in Silesia regardless of policy. So Silesia is in Poland, and that showed that even without any policy changes, there would be a reduction in employment from 70,000 people in 2018 to 20,000 in 2030 without any other policies. So again, it's a structural shift. So we need to plan it. And so, as was said earlier, the overall transition is expected to be positive, and not transitioning will be more costly. Clara Della Torre said 175 billion euros in damages per year from climate impacts if we don't address climate change. But the local level needs attention, as do vulnerable groups in particular, because those benefits of climate action will not necessarily be shared, and also the costs will fall unfairly unless there is management. So on the screen you can see some guiding principles for what good just transition planning looks like and what it should be aiming for. So first of all, it's more than just energy transition investments. We heard earlier as well, this is not a one technology shifted to another technology. This is very much a structural shift, and people need to be accompanied in that structural shift that's happening. The system is changing, recalling those mega trends which is driving that. It also needs to be sustainable. Again, there's an imperative to address climate change, a social imperative as well as a climate, an environmental imperative, just a moral imperative, if you like. It will also help us to restore public goods, public resources, natural resources. It also needs to be restorative. So we need to accept that the current system is not fair, it's not perfect. Coal is harming people every day. There's many figures showing the premature deaths caused by coal, and anyone that lives in a coal region can see the health impacts that can have. There's also monopolies, high energy prices hitting the poorest hardest. So fourth, it needs to be procedurally just. So getting the plans right means involving the local communities, listening to their needs, and involving those who have the least power to be involved. So that also means there needs to be transparency, there needs to be communication. We heard about that, and hopefully we'll hear much more communication during this conference. And then finally, we talk a lot about and focus when we think initially about just transition on distributional justice, so who pays? And ultimately, obviously the costs should be borne by those who created the damage in the first place, especially if they knowingly did so. And then the benefits should be shared, and making sure that those benefits also go to those who would have least power to push them their way. So moving on the screen as well, you can see a report which we produced in February 2020 looking at coal regions in 4 different member states and the transition challenges that they face. And looking at that, we drew 5 lessons for just transition. And one of those was that stakeholder engagement at the local level can really determine whether just transition actually succeeds, or whether the transition is delayed and therefore or derailed, and therefore just transition is lost. That's really important because local people know what they need, they know what they want, they also know the circumstances of their region. So it's about making sure the plan is relevant and appropriate, but also getting the buy-in of the people. It's also necessary for having these plans so that you set direction, and that lowers the transition costs by avoiding stranded assets, and it also incentivizes investments by showing direct investors which way we're going. So Sander already mentioned about the approval by the Commission of the Just Transition plans. And the reason why the Commission requires these local plans was explained on the previous slide. You need to you need to have local just transition plans, and therefore to access the just transition mechanism, which will leverage, as Sander said, around 55 billion euros of public investment plus further private investments, because I think it's important to say, you know, these set the direction for many other things, not just accessing that money. They need to be, that you need to have a good plan in place, and the Commission is the gatekeeper for that. So they produce guidance which draws on the regulation and clarifies what the regulation says. And of course, the key things to note from that, there needs to be a real transition process to 2030. Partnerships in planning and implementation as well need to be very clear. It needs to be compatible with the existing strategies, including the national energy and climate plans, which are being updated. So it makes no sense to have a plan which isn't compatible with an updated national energy and climate plan and the updated targets. And there also needs to be this detail on the social, environmental and economic challenges, and obviously detail on the needs for reskilling. And Sander mentioned some of the things they are missing at the moment in the plans they have received. And I'll go back to that later. Just can't seem to move on. There we go. So yeah, NGOs like WWF have tried to establish what some of this means in more detail. And so you can see on the screen something we produced in 2019 called the 7 Golden Rules for Just Transition Planning. And these reflect the European Code of Conduct on Partnership, which was developed in 2014 and applies to all Common Provisions Regulation funds, which the Just Transition Fund is part of as a cohesion policy fund. And what comes out of these guidance, all of these different guidance notes and things about partnership are 3 main things. So transparency, inclusion, and capacity building needs for those who have the least capacity to actually engage in the process. So there needs to be active engagement of those who have the least power to actually engage. All of this is available online, and I'm happy to share anything with you afterwards. Then just moving on, to reiterate, the Just Transition Fund is about more than money. It's about those plans more than anything, and also it's not about investing in the energy transition. It's about facilitating the transition itself. There's simply not enough money in that fund for the energy transition. So the Just Transition Fund shall contribute to the single specific objective of enabling regions and people to address the social, employment, economic and environmental impacts of the transition towards the Union's 2030 targets, and so on. So it's very important to stress that this isn't about financing those big investments. That said, fossil fuel investments are excluded, again, because there's limited resources, and it also makes sense because why would we transition and lock people into a longer and more expensive transition by going through intermediary steps that aren't necessary. So then, moving on to the main part of my presentation, sorry, it's taken a bit longer, is the scorecard which we developed to assess plans. You can see the website on the screen. It's an open access tool that we developed using 10 principles for good just transition plans based on experience and those case studies that we spoke about, that I spoke about earlier, and also through conversations with NGOs who are active on the ground on just transition. And we developed those into 33 different indicators that we can use to test plans. You can see an example of a scorecard which was developed on the screen for a draft plan that was available online. There weren't that many plans available until even recently, so there has only been 14 plans run through the tool, draft plans. And those were for Czechia, Estonia, Greece, Latvia, Poland, Slovakia, Slovenia, and Romania. So quite a wide range, and there is a final assessment which we're planning. But to go through the different principles and where the plans were on them, with regards to ambition, they weren't doing too bad. So I think what's really key to stress is that in the regions, the Just Transition plans can be a really powerful mechanism to boost regional ambition and to let regions go faster than they perhaps otherwise would in the transition. They all recognized the EU 2050 climate neutrality targets, but generally ignored the need to reflect in their planning that the 2030 targets were increasing. So when they were being developed, it was clear that the EU's climate target was going to increase to 2030, but it wasn't, there's no clarity in there about how the plans will really be revised to outline that process. That said, some plans, so Latvia, Eastern Wielkopolska and Wałbrzych in Poland were really actually quite exemplary in their high regional ambition. So they were all trying to get below 65% emissions by 2030 compared to 1990. Most lack detail, though, on how they will actually boost energy efficiency and renewables, and also how, for instance, people will actually access the jobs that are created, and how the benefits will be shared from renewables and more decentralized systems. 9 of 14 plans included gas, often coupled together with a sort of aspirational hope that in the future fossil gas can be replaced by hydrogen or biogas without actually any kind of assessment about how realistic the quantities being considered are. Again, to go back to the initial principles, Just Transition can't just be about replacing one technology with another. Hydrogen in particular is very expensive to produce and will be very limited. So again, burning it in a power plant or for low-level residential heating is not going to be an efficient and fair use because it will push up people's energy bills. 8 of 14 didn't actually phase out coal or oil shale by 2030, which isn't realistic when you look at the Paris Agreement and the requirements for European countries by 2030. So essentially, they're going too slow and they're risking walking communities to a cliff edge. Then just to go speed up a little bit, on SMEs, sustainable economic diversification, the plans again didn't do too badly. You can see 10 amber rated, 4 green. So those ones, the 4 green, were actually providing information about how they would support small and medium enterprises to help diversify the economy. It's not clear if grants as well are planned to go to large enterprises. So again, the Just Transition mechanism is 3 pillars. 2 of them are to incentivize investment by private actors and public actors, and 1 is grants. So a lot of the plans put a lot of emphasis on big projects from large companies, and the question is would that not be better to perhaps incentivize private investment with other instruments than the Just Transition Fund? Fourthly, there's a need, so on addressing social inequalities and increasing solidarity, a fundamental aspect of the plans. They weren't doing amazingly, they were okay. This is reflected in the fact that a lot of them weren't ensuring that new jobs are of similar quality as jobs in declining industries. None of them mentioned the need to facilitate unionization of the jobs that are being created. So that's risking creating new inequalities. 7 plans completely ignored gender equality issues, but 3 of them did actively propose measures to support gender equality in employment, which is important going forward, again, as a restorative justice aspect, as often in coal regions, we do see a lot of the jobs being male-dominated, which has its own impacts. Then do no significant harm, so all of the plans scored amber. 3 plans see new waste incineration capacity, which again is not the most efficient solution. It's also undermining the circular economy and undermining sustainability. And none of the plans included exclusion lists as well, and very few plans were looking at the impacts of some of the measures they were proposing, such as a large new motorway. There was no kind of assessment as to whether that would increase greenhouse gas emissions and whether there could be alternatives. Then just, I'm coming to the end, on polluter pays, they did very badly, as you can see. 9 of the plans of the 14 assessed were clearly proposing just transition funding for land restoration and rehabilitation. But that's the grant money. And of course, if there's no assessment about or a commitment to analyse whether polluters could be identified and could pay for the damage they've caused, then of course that's taking money away from local communities who could be using it. And of course, this is very limited funding. Then again, the plans weren't too good at looking at different funding sources. So again, the Just Transition Fund is very limited. It's only grants, whereas the 2 other pillars, yes, they are worth about 30 billion, I think, together, but they can leverage much more in private money. And of course, there could be other measures included in the plans to incentivize private investment. So I think, like, I've heard quotes that, 85% of the transition must be financed privately. Then again, on partnership, often there was no clarity about how views would be integrated or had been integrated into the development of the draft plans. There was little clarity about how long the consultations had lasted. I know that in some regions, consultations lasted less than a week, which again, when you have stakeholders with very little capacity to engage, a simple online consultation can cut out 95% of the population from contributing or even knowing it's happening. Then on the place-based local approach, they did pretty well. Generally, it's targeted at the local level, but as I said, it's not clear how communities were engaged. And then finally, overall, a bit of a mixed picture on the analysis. I think that's to be expected. These were very draft plans, but some of the data used, it couldn't be verified whether they were whether it was independent data or whether it was simply data that was provided by perhaps bodies that want to emphasize the impact of the current system on employment and the current employers on indirect employment, for example. So to conclude, it looks like the opportunity presented by the Just Transition plans is at risk of being missed, but there is plenty of time left to resolve that. The Commission hasn't yet approved any plans, as Sander said, so they should be being consulted on. The Commission is, I think, and I move on to the next slide, is taking quite a tough line to approve plans, and they won't be approved if they don't comply with some of these, with the need for a natural transition plan, and obviously if there are these unsustainable investments, and if there isn't partnership. So I think Sander mentioned a lack of focus on skills and the need for reskilling, the transition process is missing, and also the partnership is missing. And those are barriers to the Commission actually adopting a plan, and obviously then for money flowing to the region. So I've copied some of the text from the Commission's guidance in September 2021, which I think was very helpful. And obviously it could go further, which is why I'd encourage you all to take a look at our WWF Just Transition Planning assessment tool to go into more detail about what makes a good Just Transition plan. So yeah, I'll skip that one and just say thank you very much. I will be happy to share our final assessment, which we hope to get done of the plans in September for those that are available. So yes.
Thank you very much. And now we will have two presenters. First is Professor Sabina Irmie, PhD, President of Zhou Valley Social Institute Association. She's President of Zhou Valley Social Institute Association, Professor at the University of Petroșani of Human Resources Management and Ergonomics. After working for 9 years in the field of mining equipment at IUM Petroșani, in the departments of work organizing and human resources, continued this interdisciplinary academic activity for over 30 years. She is currently the coordinator of the Zhou Valley Social Institute Association Petroșani Romania partner of the AGE 2020 Tracer project. She is member of several international and national professional associations and scientific organizations. And the next one is Anne-Marie Bartalis, PhD, Junior Researcher, Economist, University of Petroșani. Bartalis Anne-Marie is member of Zhou Valley Social Institute Association and a PhD in the field of finances, with the PhD thesis on the stage treasury with a master's degree in accounting and financial management. She is also a graduate from University of Petroșani with a company management degree. In the last 25 years, she has activated in the NGO field in multiple organizations holding different management positions. She has been working at the University of Petroșani since 2019. As a university assistant and is involved in international research projects. The presentation title is Stakeholders Innovative Element of Tracer Project.
Good afternoon. With your permission, I would like to present our paper, Stakeholder Innovative Element of the Tracer Project. This communication discusses about Tracer Project and experience from Zhou Valley in just transition. First of all, Tracer overview are co-financed by European Commission, Horizon 2020, coordinated by WIP Renewable Energies Germany, 15 project partners from 11 countries, 9 coal regions in transition, 6 in European Union, UK, Serbia, and Ukraine. Tracer consortium are in this slide about institute, about university, and ONG. From this slide, you have map of partnership in Tracer project and region 9 in analysis and just transition. This big project is coordinated by manager Rita Manger and Rainer Janssen. Tracer are objectives assist regional actor in develop research and innovation strategies for smart specialization, identify and exchange best practices, investigate social challenges in the target regions, including necessary reskilling need of the workforce, and provided guidelines to regional actors for the access to European funds and program, and on how to leverage additional national public and private co-financing. Work package from this project, it's most finalized, only project management, communication and dissemination, and strategy, roadmaps, and decision support tools are working. In this slide, you have project structure described from this project. Tracer core activities are mobilization of wide range stakeholders in 9 Europe regions to discuss and agree on a shared vision and priorities for coal transition, joint development of 9 regional research and innovation strategies, industrial roadmaps, and decision support tools. Elaboration of the best practice example of successful and ambitious transition process in coal-intensive region, assessment of social, environmental, and technological challenges, elaboration of guidelines on how to mobilize investment, fostering research and innovation cooperation among coal-intensive regions in Europe and beyond. Thank you.
So I will take over from here. Hello, good afternoon. To better understand the challenges that we are facing in the Jiu Valley in Romania, first of all, we will have to look at the energy park and, of course, of the energy mix in the Jiu Valley micro-region. First, nationally, the national level, we have like 48% of the energy is based on thermal. That's kind of a problem for our country, and I think that a lot of European countries are in the same situation. In the Jiu Valley, 98% of the energy is, of course, from the coal. Further, in our county, in Hunedoara County, the percentage is a little bit changed from this region. So we will have like 69% of the energy mix is based on coal. At the regional level, at the West region, the percentage is even lower, it's 56%. The purpose of this graph is to show what happens in a really, really small region, like Jiu Valley. So we are a little micro-region. So you could better understand all the challenges that we are facing considering the just transition. I would like to remind you that in 1997 we started the process of closing the mines. We had 10 mines in the Jiu Valley. We have 6 towns in the Jiu Valley. And in 1997 we started with massive layouts. And now we only have 2 working mines and 2 mines that are in the process of closing, not conservation. It's a very important aspect. So the mines in the Jiu Valley are closing. And we still have only 2 working mines, and the coal phase out for the Jiu Valley is 2032. So in my opinion, it's just around the corner. The very important aspect and the innovative aspect of the Tracer project is the involvement of the stakeholders in this project. And first of all, we mapped, and all the stakeholders, we divided them in 4 groups. The first group is public authorities, starting from the ministerial level down to the local councils. The second group consists of the civil society. Here we have a lot of NGOs, a lot of unions, miners' unions, miners and former miners. We have a lot of priests, so we like to involve this category also, mass media and also individuals. In the third group, we have research and academia. We have students, teachers, of course, University of Petrosány and ISTMX, which is a research institute. In the fourth group, the business environment, we will see companies. There are a lot of companies. We listed only the important ones. Of course, the list is really, really long. We try to involve as many people, as many businesses as possible. The really important thing in this is that we mapped this. We divided them in groups. We held workshops, first with each group individually. Then we had some combination of the groups in the workshops. We tried to involve everybody. And exactly what the important stuff is that everybody was not just listening to the plans that they are making for us, for our region, but our voice was heard for the first time in a very, very long time. So this is the model that even PricewaterhouseCoopers used in their studies from this point on. So talking about the EDP, the entrepreneurial discovery process, or the 3S as we like to call it, this innovation depends on cooperation. And only through cooperation we can allow to use the knowledge and innovation capacities to be identified and use it more efficiently. Because if you are just focusing on one of the groups, then we maybe not be heard. So that's what we are trying to involve everybody in this process, because everybody, and we have to live there for many years from now on. So that's why we mobilized a wide range of stakeholders in these target regions. We had the consultations, we had the interviews, we had the work group workshops, and we set up, which is very important, an appropriate governance structure. We developed shared visions of transitions, and we identified priorities in the target regions. So this is, because of the pandemics, of course, a lot of workshops and interviews were carried out online. One of the meetings we had, it was in March, so we tried to map the stakeholders. This is for the Jiu Valley. We started at the European Commission level, and you will see that we try to integrate everybody up to the SMEs and universities, media, and everybody. We also did a stakeholder position grid. We identified a few key things like keep them satisfied, manage them closely, monitor them, and, which is most important, keep them informed, because as we know, information is power. We also had, we made a diagram regarding the stakeholder prioritization. It was the important step for each of the groups. You will see that, I don't know, I hope it's visible for everybody, that the public authorities, so the government, the other authorities, their interest was really, really high, and of course their influence is really high. So this grid, this diagram represents how we manage and where are they exactly positioned, both from the point of view of influence and interest. So the outcome of the EDP in the Jiu Valley, which we have, I will talk about some best practices, of course. So what were the key findings, priorities for energy transition in the Jiu Valley based on tracer stakeholder engagement process? So first we tried to use a step-by-step approach. We integrated approach at Jiu Valley microregion level. We invested in human potential. Here we are talking about education, health, spirituality, and morality. Agreement on main strengths of Jiu Valley microregion. Here we are focusing on research and higher education expertise, biomass resources, of course, tourist potential, cultural heritage, and local specificities. Attractive local fiscal system regime, it's what we will really like to have in our area. Because we have some incentives, we have, of course, some subsidies and additional policy measures, of course, to ensure a sustainable business environment for existing SMEs and for potential future investors to start new startups in our region. We are focusing on the common vision for the future. Jiu Valley micro-region revitalized from a social point of view, with a sustainable development interconnected with the major regional, national, and European networks. Of course, we are facing the depopulation challenges. I think that this happens in a lot of regions when we have mono-industrial, so the region is mono-industrial. A lot of people are leaving, the mines are closing, so depopulation, it's a really sore point for our communities. And the integrated transition of the Jiu Valley microregion will be implemented by investing in human potential, in education, and thus creating, of course, the right environment for and generating the necessary force for the human capital and to be able to develop the local economy. Of course, we all want that the youth that the people will not leave from our region, and if they go somewhere else, maybe then to make our place more attractive and for them to come back and develop businesses and so on. And of course, how do we want to do this? By increasing life quality and creating a healthy and sustainable environment for the future generation. Of course, everybody's talking now about economic diversification, innovation, entrepreneurship, sustainable capitalization of the local specificity, accessibility, mobility, and connectivity. This is kind of a sore point. Of course, the energy issue in Romania has a political color. The legislation is vast, and it's uncorrelated. This is the worst part of it. And related responsibilities are spread between several ministries. This causes many blockages in the transition process. However, this type of community can reinvent itself by learning to use alternative sources of energy and alternative industry. And we can achieve a successful transition process in the Jiu Valley microregion only with the positive impact. This will depend a lot of increasing involvement of all the four Helix stakeholder categories, the categories that I spoke about earlier. So thus observing the stakeholders' attitude during the EDP activity, starting of course from a slightly initial skepticism, we will be able to coagulate constructively and pragmatically their ideas and set up a citizens energy community in Jiu Valley microregion. So we see first the skepticism and then the optimism and the chances of having a sustainable energy development in the Jiu Valley in mining absence. So this is was one of the questionnaires and one of the interviews we conducted. So we are kind of skeptical. And the development, it's 50-50 between over 20 years and, let's say, 11, 20 years. So we are not very optimistic. And we, of course, the Tracer project was also about research and innovation. And the results of the role of coal regions and policies. And another interesting fact about the Tracer project is that usually the projects end with best practice examples. We started with the best practice examples. It was in the work package number 2. So we started first with the best practice. We studied the best practices in the regions involved in the project. So this is yet another innovative element of the Tracer project. So we have best practices on technologies. We have best practice on S3. We have best practice on financing, which was also very important. And each of the members of the consortium made a guideline for the financing. They translated it in everybody, so in their languages. So everybody interested in accessing the funds will have the information, I don't know, in the touch of a mouse, of a click. So we made all those guidelines. And of course, this is on European funds and programs. We try to integrate everything, so offer as much information as possible. Of course, we touched and we talked and we made we talked about best practices on social issues, tourism, and labor market. Here, one of the most interesting facts is that everybody's talking about reskilling. And we tried to implement personalized reskilling programs. So, as an example, one of the factories needs, I don't know, 3 people for one activity. And we try to personalize their reskilling for exactly that company. So we try to provide something that they will use. Because we are talking about reskilling, we are doing a lot of reskilling, but after the people finish the course, finish the training, we still have to provide them jobs. We cannot talk about reskilling if there is not a finality to this. Okay, you worked in a mine for 20 years, do this program, reskill yourself, but then I will have to provide you something. So not just a false hope, okay, you have another degree. No, what do I do with that degree? I need a job, I need to feed my family because I want to stay here. That's the main issue. Let's stay in Jiu Valley. Don't leave. So we have to provide jobs in our area. So that's the important fact. So reskilling, personalized reskilling. And of course, the social issues are many, and we are facing difficulties from this point of view. And we focused, of course, on education and the opportunities provided. We have a lot of slides because the project is nearly finished. So we have in September the closing session. And the best practice on post-mining and reclamation was actually focused on 3 pillars: agricultural reclamation, forest reclamation, and nature conservation. Another important fact about the project is that we have a best practice platform. Here you can see, of course, all the regions involved, the main issues that we are focusing on. We have the results. You could consult everything online nowadays. We had study tours. We had study tours in Germany. We had a study tour in UK and the recent one in the Jiu Valley in this March. Here are the study tours and the results in Germany and in Wales. The current activities are actually this research and innovation strategies are actually already approved by European Commission and are on the website. We are now working, of course, with the final touches on the 9 roadmaps, and the final conference will take place in September in Brussels. About research and innovation and cooperation, so we had this study tours. And what do we need in order to have a successful just transition in Jiu Valley? We need to invest in human potential, in education, in spirituality and morality, thus, of course, creating the right environment and generating the necessary force for the people able to develop the local economy by implementing these innovative ideas. So we have to enhance the local institutional capacity and competences for constant and transparent communication with the 4 Helix stakeholders. So this is, I don't want to talk too much. So this is kind of our presentation about the Tracer project and the involvement of the stakeholders in this project. You can also consult more about the project. We have a webpage, of course. We have Facebook, Twitter, and thank you very much for your attention. I hope I didn't bore you too much.
Thank you very much. And before the lunch, we have one presentation, and the title is just Transition in Upper Nitra, Slovakia, by Alojz Vličko, Head of Major's Office, City of Prievidza. Alojz Vličko is Head of Major's Office in the City of Prievidza, Trenčín Self-Governing Region, Slovakia. He prepares and coordinates the agenda in communication among local government with national government authorities, local authorities, NGOs, and other stakeholders in discussions about the process of transition of the Upper Nitra region. In the city office, he is participating in preparing proposals for the regional development of the city and the region. During the preparation of the strategic document, the action plan for the transformation of the Upper Nitra coal region, he was the head of the Transport and Technical Infrastructure Working Group.
So thank you very much for introduction, and I try to be very quick because the lunch is coming. Okay, our coal region is quite close to Eger. It's in Slovakia, in the middle part, in Trenčín region. City Prievidza is about 46,000 residents. We have a quite small mine, and we have only one mining company which is producing about 1 million tons coal a year. Comparing to other region, we are quite small. That red piece on the left side, it's lignite in Slovakia. Comparing to Greece, Poland, or maybe Romania, it's a small amount. The same we can say about our energy mix. The brown coal is only something between 5 and 7%. This is data from 2020, but it's the same. And after coal exit, we will use more nuclear power. So this energy transition is not so big issue in Slovakia. Coal phase out was planned until 2030, but there comes the decision to finish this earlier, and this was because of investigation from European Commission about indirect state aid. And new date was set to 2023. And this end of the indirect state aid de facto means end of coal mining because it's not economically feasible. So this is the picture we saw earlier today. We are the pilots and we are first on the countries who will phase out coal from the countries in the European Union which don't made so until 2021. On the picture is my boss, our mayor. It's Mrs. Machachková, and she was named hero of just transition because she in May 2017 stayed on the main square in the city with appeal to a responsible discussion about the future of our region. As I said, the first plan was to use coal until 2030, but Minister of Economy started to talk about shortening this period, and local leaders and people from the region were not invited to this discussion. So we wanted to open the door and not stay behind the doors. We had some arguments, of course, the European climate goals, investments which we will need to put into power plant, this issue with state aid, and maybe we talked a little bit more about health benefits we can get from coal exit. And this Let's Mine from Uncertainty event was followed by roundtable. Maybe state authorities and mining company not attended and they ignored this activity, but we had more than 50 participants from various stakeholders and started to talk about the future. And some taboo was broken to talk about this topic. And after this, we started the preparation of our action plan, which was followed with the same idea from national level, and then these activities were split together. When we are talking about planning, it's hard to plan when you don't know the exact date. So in the earlier stages, we had 2030 as a cold exit date, but we know that something will happen sometime. And after the decision in December 2018, we got technical assistance from European Commission, from PVC, and they helped us better facilitate the process and take the previous work to the action plan. And what was very fine and in Europe very good taken that the process was participative. We had 4 working groups. They were totally open. Everybody was invited to come and talk about what we have in the region and what we want or don't want to have in the region, and about the vision and priorities for the next years. And this was followed by public hearings. There's a picture from city of Handlova. Many people come and had opportunity to talk about their notes, comments to the plan. So in this plan we formulated our vision and made 4 pillars for the action plan, which we wanted to solve in the future, and where the topics very important. And we started to implement. The European Commission started this call regions in transition platform, and we were the pilot region, so we were on the very beginning, and we were in the first. We got the technical assistant for our strategy, but this all was before Just Transition Fund, and this is a little bit now a problem for us, that for using JTF money we need again doing planning, and public sometimes don't understand why it's taking so long time. And one framework for EU money was ending, and the next is starting, but it's not operational yet. So this is a little bit time complication in Slovakia. But mostly from the old EU money, from the previous framework, we started some activities and projects. They are most important because 2023 is very close. So to address the heating in Prievidza, to address the miners who lose jobs and will need some support from us, to improve the capacities in the governments to use the money, and to support small and medium enterprises. We made one call special for them, and it was, I think, very successful. So very short about these projects. Heating is issue in each co-region, because many times the power plant is used for heating. The same in Prievidza. It was very big discussion how to do this and who will build this and so on. But at the end we have one company which is owned by the municipality and mining company, and this is the investor who will create new heating which is based on renewables, and it's using mining water from old mine Zigel, and it's a combination which is for the peaks upgraded with gas on the very close to city Prievidza. So it's innovative, but not you cannot copy it easy to other locality, because you need the mining water, which is the mine is not open pit mine, it's under the ground, and the water flows from the mine, and you can use the potential. Second interesting project, I think, is support of miners. They can stay longer, be employed by the mining company 6 months, and they get the wage in the amount of their average wage. and during this process they get tutor, and they get balance of competencies, and had opportunity to take part on one retraining course to the costs of 700 euro. Role of the municipalities is that we created contact centers, and there is a service for these minors. There is lawyer, psychologist, finance expert, and he support these minors and doing community activities. Other special thing it's state social benefit. It's something what started, and these are special money for employers who were working underground and lost job due this coal phase out. And yeah, the amounts for the workers who were many years working in underground are really attractive. So this is the tool how to protect them, because many of them are people very close to retirement. Of course, Slovakia is working on the Territorial Just Transition Plan. We are very active because we had the stone from the previous action plan, and our plan is under review from European Commission. So we have 3 eligible regions. The blue one is Upper Nitra core region, and the others are from other reasons, coal intensive, CO2 intensive. So they were put it to this. So maybe next time, sometime, we can tell you more about our Just Transition Plan, but yeah, it's not finished yet. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now this is the time for the lunch. After the lunch we will continue our program, but now, bon appétit. for you now. Thanks. Before the next presentation, there will be a little time for questions.
Yes, so we have heard that some questions emerged relating to the presentation, previous presentations. So I would like to say to you that feel free to ask from our presenters. Our colleague will take the microphone. Okay.
My question concerns the Jiu Valley coal exit. So I would like to know why did you find it necessary to involve the Catholic Church, the priorists? What can they help you, and what can be their contribution?
Mm-hmm.
From here. So, as you may know, I talked also about the spirituality, and a lot of people, especially in our area, are more likely and more inclined to talk about their problems with the priests, and that's why we involved also them, and we tried to consult with them and to meet with the people in the, let's say, not exactly in the church, but in their other areas, and participate at their events, because it was easier for us to go, so from our point of view, to be the ones that reach out to them. And for that, we went to them. We didn't expect them to, okay, we are here, just come to us and tell your problems. That's why we try to go to each of them and have all these talks. So the priests are trying to heal the souls, and in the Jiu Valley we really need a lot of healing. So that's why we involve them in one of our projects, in this project. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question to Katie, so it will be easy to pass the microphone. So my question, because you were talking about avoiding stranded assets, and if you have a look at the 2021 investment numbers globally, there is a de-investment in fossil energy, and it's 50% less, which is good news. The Paris Agreement sent its message, so big companies, and I'm talking about big oil and gas companies, are not investing anymore in fossil projects, and the only way they invest if it's low risk and high return. But at the same time, if we have a look at the numbers from 2021, investments in renewables are lagging behind with 70%. So there is a huge gap. 50% less in fossil, however, 70% less in renewables, and we are really dependent on Russian fossil fuels. So, and I've just been at the PPC, the Powering Coal Alliance meeting, and I just heard that, for example, France wanted to close its lignite-fired power, its coal-fired power plants in 2022, 2 of them, and now they said, no, we will close them in 2024, 25. So they extended the lifetime of coal-fired power plants. One will only operate during winter time, but the other will be full-time running till 25. So, and also Poland will be probably one of the biggest providers of electricity, coal-based electricity, in case the geopolitical situation aggravates. So we are facing a very interesting situation. Paris Agreement creates de-investment in fossil fuels, but at the same time renewable and clean energy investments are really lagging behind. And to our Slovakian friends, we saw that the elderly coal miners, depending on how many years they worked in the mines, receive a compensation, but it's given by the state according to the law, if I understood it well, and you don't want to set up a scheme from the Just Transition Fund, so you are, okay, but maybe you can elaborate that, but because we were discussing it, that we used to have a similar system in Hungary, but we no longer have that. But if you could just a little bit explain where you get the source for it and so on, we would appreciate that. So Katie.
Okay, so I'm not sure what it's just some reflections on what you said. Yeah, so I think this is a problem, and actually I was talking to Martin about it earlier as well, that, you know, that the problem is that the economics of coal are pushing it out, but we don't necessarily have the solutions, and obviously it's coming to a very difficult situation in the Repower EU communication and strategy, which the Commission published just last week. It did mention that there would be a prolongation of coal, and some countries have said there should be more emphasis on the continued use of coal and less emphasis, actually even going as far as to say less emphasis on green energy. I mean, this is frankly a bit cynical, but it sounds like they're seizing an opportunity there. I mean, this ultimately it comes down to planning, what we were talking about there, making sure the plans are in place, making sure there is that investor certainty, and sticking to the phase-out announcements. Yes, maybe they won't be brought forward anymore. Maybe there will be a bit of a period where they need to run an extra year or something. But it's an extra year, it's not an extra 10, 20 years. It's no new investments in coal, because the facts remain the same. It's a structural decline of it. It's going, and then gas as well, it's clearly not the solution. So I think two main points in response. We need to have plans in place that maintain the direction and actually continue to accelerate the transition to renewables, making that environment investor friendly. But also we need to make sure that there are conditions attached to any prolongation of coal to say, you know, this doesn't lead to a longer transition where we say, okay, 5 more years of coal, and then we'll still go by gas. Because there's no need to go by gas. There's no reason. We're actually changing the system. Investments in gas last 20, 30 years, you know, the conditions should be an acceleration of renewables, an acceleration of the just transition involving people, actually making sure that the social considerations are brought to the fore even more than ever, not sidelined. So that procedural justice needs to remain just as important. And definitely it's not just not trading distributional justice for procedural justice. I hope that answers. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. This special law is from state. It's a state social benefit, so it's paid from state budget, yeah, from taxes and so on. Before this law was in 90s a very similar law, but was not applicable for the miners who worked a shorter time in the underground. So, and this was like a political tool to say to the miners that government wants to help them to finish the mining. So it's not paid from EU money, it's from state budget. I think it's really expensive. And the first project I presented that is financed from ESF and ERDF, and the wage, 6 months of wage is paid from EU money. It's 11 million state aid for the mining company because it's paid to the miners. So a miner had a date when he will lose the job, and he can stay 6 months longer, and he gets average wage, and it's paid from EU money. That's the logic of the problem. maybe they will not use all the money because not so much miners lost the job. Most of them will not have the job at the end of 2023. Okay, thank you.
Any other question? So if not, I guess we can continue.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the questions and answers also. And the next presentation is Yuri Stas, Head of Development Project, Moravian Silesian Investment and Development. Graduate of the University of Mining with a focus on industry and the environment. After a career in state administration, corporations, and his own business activities, he has been involved in development projects in the Moravian Silesian region at MSID since 2019, especially the POHO 2030 project, which is a comprehensive transformation program of the Carvian region, an area that is largely a brownfield of 200 years of hard coal mining. The presentation title is POHO 2030, unique program transforming the area between Havirov, Karvina and Orlova, the post-mining landscape.
Thank you. Yes, I think so. Okay. Yes, excellent. Okay. Thank you very much for invitation to Igor and for strategic position after lunch. I think it's good. So this is our project POHO. That means post-mining in Czech Republic, in Czech language, POHO. You can see some pictures from our area. It's about a lot of nature, a lot of mines, a lot of place. You can see numbers. It's 62 square kilometers. I think Eger is around 100 square kilometers. You can compare. 150,000 inhabitants. A lot of mining areas. A lot of tons of gold mined. Yeah, this is a huge. If you can see through window and imagine 62 square kilometers, and you have to change this world. How? And this is my question when I start with Paul. How? How many people I can use? How many money I can use? And our politician said, okay, we've got 4 people and small money. Okay. And this is our journey. How can we do it? Make a lot of friends, and this is our starting line before 3 years, and 42 signatures. Now we've got something around 300 companies, a lot of friends, a lot of guys around us. What we did during the first year, a lot of analysis. I think it's around 50 analyses. What we can find, what grow there, live there, flowers, animals, everything. What we saw, that we've got a lot of nature, but zero good infrastructure, roads, pipelines, wires. But we've got nice nature, I think. But what we have, mines, and this is the center of infrastructure for future. But now infrastructure is old and not attractive. And but sometimes old is good. Infrastructure is also communication and roads, and this is our plan, bike paths and new tramlines from Ostrava to Karviná. This is, I think, a very big project. And next steps, just transition. For me, it's a little bit tricky project about nobody know about rules of GTF, about private. It's for me it's very tricky, but just transition is a very good marketing point for next investors and next partners. It's for me it's an icebreaker of transformation. About the Gabriela, it's old mine, and we made very expensive architect study, but that was this was icebreaker for our citizens. Okay, they have a plan. For another strategic project in JTF, this is a lazy mine. It's lazy but lazy mine, and CSR mine. And about numbers, this CSR Jan Karel, it's small area for modular business and new IT center for POHO 2030, because our new energy it's for we need a lot of data. Again, a lot of money and make a business plan, and you can see numbers, and this is platforms for new investors. This is the same with about the lazy mine. And about the just transition, we've got money only for infrastructure again, but what we sell is story about sustainability, new technology, and new energy. And what we can offer is when we have to change mindset, this is playground for investors. This is playground for companies, and what is the most? This is for banks, because in Czech Republic, who has money? Banks. Okay. Let's make friends with banks. And this is a product of communication with investors and banks, and this is a concrete project about new energy. And if we have project with energy companies, we've got project with consumption of this energy, and also we have new transformation limits for this area. What about the city? Because if we spoke with mayor of city, okay, let's make new energy. Answer why? Because we have to do, and why? I don't want it. Okay, we have to change mind from small to big. It's a long time process. What can mind to change? I think it's fun and make new image of this area, and make a lot of party, and make a lot of opportunity to make money. But important thing is heritage, because this area is a long journey about industry process and so on, and very important for Czech Republic and our history. And heritage is not about only mind, but it's Chateau Dobrava, and it's very important for us too. And we have to be more attractive for local citizens, for all. And important is fun, make it fun again. And this is another stories about the circular economy. This new furniture of for parks and seas and so on. And this is our next party from Friday to Saturday. And first suitable festival in Czech Republic about hydrogen, about electromobility, and you can see Barbara is a Czech name, it is mine, and Red Barbara is new life of this mine. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next presentation title is The Drafting of Territorial Just Transition Plan of Zasavie-Kol Region by Martin Sikovc, Project Manager for Just Transition of Zasavie-Kol Region. Martin Sikovc, a lawyer by profession, works at Zasavie Regional Development Agency as the manager of the project for Just Transition of Zasavie-Kol Region. The project that commenced with the provision of technical assistance for just transition by the European Commission has recently resulted in the drafting of the Territorial Just Transition Plan for Zasavie-Kol Region. The plan envisages measures in the energy, economic, environmental, transport and human resources sector that will support regional restructuring in the coal phase transition. In the near future, the Zasavie Regional Development Agency will manage the Center for Just Transition. The center will inform the stakeholders about the coal phase out process and assist them in drafting the projects in line with green transition principles that could be supported by the EU Just Transition mechanism.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the presentation and for the floor. Well, I'm going, as it was already said, present you the drafting of Territorial Just Transition Plan of Zasavie-Kol region. The Zasavie region is located in the central part of Slovenia. It consists of 4 municipalities, Hrastnik, Trbovlje, Zagorje ob Savi and Litija, and it has a population around 60,000 inhabitants. It is a smaller region. Also in Slovenian terms, we have only around 2 million inhabitants, but nevertheless it is an important region for Slovenia because of its industrial character. It is also located in the middle stream of the Sava River. It is the biggest river flow in Slovenia. Geographically, it's very mountainous region with narrow valleys where the majority of inhabitants live. Otherwise, the highest peak of our region is 1,200 meters tall. It's called Kum. And it is a densely populated area with around 170 people per square kilometer. As you can see, the highlight and the monument of our region is the biggest chimney that was built to the Trbovlje thermal power plant. It is 365 meters tall, and it was actually built in order to direct the exhausted fumes out of the poorly ventilated valley. Sorry for that. This power plant was already shut down because we already completed the coal phase out in our region in 2015, and now the region wants to repurpose this chimney for tourism purposes. And on the right side you can see the picture of one famous Slovenian climber who tried to climb it, and he succeeded. Sava River is also important for our region because it presents the energy potential of our region, green energy potential, and there are 3 hydropower plants planned to be constructed on that river with the installed capacity of 100 megawatts, and if all the environmental issues will be resolved, the construction will start. However, there is quite some opposition from the environment organizations for such a construction, because Sava River is now really natural and wild. The mining history of the Zasavia region dates back around 250 years, when the coal was discovered. The discovery of the coal led to the development of many other industries such as cement, glass, machine industry, brickyard, nowadays also electronics and IT. And due to the coal also the railway was constructed through the region, which connected at first the capital of Austro-Hungarian Empire, Vienna, and the Adriatic port of Trieste. Nowadays this railway presents also the important European railway corridor that connects Adria port with the Baltics. As I've already mentioned, we have completed the coal phase out in 2015 with the closure of last mine. The beginning of the coal phase out was the year 1999, when the state referendum was held whether to reconstruct the thermal power plant in Târboulea, and 80% of the voters actually voted against the reconstruction, but on the other side 80% of the Zasavia voters voted in favor. And the reason for such a result was actually the massive pollution that was caused by the thermal power plant. The result of this referendum was the adoption of the act regulating the gradual closure of the Târboulea-Hrastnik mine and the restructuring of the region that was adopted in 2000. With that act, it was stipulated that the mining company will be liquidated in 2015. However, this deadline was extended to 2023. But the mine company is now, in terms of size, is a small company because it has only around 3 employees. In the peak production, it had around 3,000. The coal phase out procedure was entrusted by the act to the mining company, which was also the main beneficiary of the funds. and in 2015, the last mine was closed, and the year after also the thermal power plant in Terbolia. And by the end of the year 2015, it is estimated that more than 230 million euros were spent for the coal phase-out procedure and the restructuring. The restructuring didn't go as planned. We had a huge unemployment problem. We lost around 5,000 jobs directly and indirectly connected to the mining. This presents around 23% of all jobs in the region. And due to that fact, the government adopted the decision on additional development support for the region. The development measures entailed grants and loans on favorable terms for development projects, reimbursement of employer social contributions, tax deduction for the companies for new employment and development investments, and also support for promotion of entrepreneurship among young people and for creation of new jobs. Things or situation improved a bit, but the economic and social situation in Zasavia was still dire. The regional GDP was around 52% of the average regional GDP in Slovenia, whereas in 2002 it was 72%, so a 20% decline. Region suffered around 11% of the population since 2000, and 49% of regional active workforce migrated daily to work to other regions nowadays, whereas in 2002, 28% of workforce migrated. And it is said that the region in times of operating mine had more jobs than the workforce. So now the picture is actually turned around. And also at risk of poverty rate increased since 2000 to 13%. And from the graph you can see how is the relation between the labor migration and also the loss of jobs. When the jobs in our region were eliminated, the work migration started from our region. So we were seeking the solutions for such situation, and we found one in the European platform for coal regions in transition. In 2018, the Zasavia Regional Agency attended one meeting of the platform in Brussels, and at the same year we applied with the approval of Slovene government for technical assistance for the restructuring of coal region, and our agency was envisaged as the main beneficiary of this technical assistance. And in 2019 the technical assistance was approved for us, and the consultant company Deloitte was named as a provider of the assistance. The technical assistance was offered for 1 year, from 2020 to 2021. First, a comprehensive analysis was made of the situation and needs in the region, which confirmed our claims about the poor economic and social situation in the region. Regional stakeholders were also involved heavily in this technical assistance process. The call was published, where on which they could apply with their project ideas. So 51 project ideas were submitted in total that were later evaluated on common criteria, and the ideas were used to draft measures for a regional restructuring. Both the analysis and the strategy and also the action plan for the restructuring were prepared according to this analysis, and the action plan envisaged measure for regional restructuring and laid down the short and long list of projects. Short list entailed project ideas that were identified as strategic ones for the regional restructuring, and the long list consisted of project ideas that were in line with just transition principles. Based on the strategy from the technical assistance, also the national strategy for coal phase out was drafted, that was adopted in this January by the Slovene government, and it envisages the Slovenian exit from coal in 2033, and this deadline refers to the coal phase out of Šaleška region. This is this is actually the second coal region in Slovenia that still produces coal, and it excavates around 3 million tons per year. And there is also a thermal power plant, Šoštanj, that produces around 1/3 of Slovenian electricity. The strategy is important for Zasavje because it acknowledges that it still needs support to complete regional restructuring after the coal phase out was completed. The Territorial Just Transition Plan for the Zasavje region is under construction since September 2021. The first draft was already submitted to the European Commission, and this territorial plan, together with national strategy, actually stipulates measures for regional restructuring in the sectors of energy production, economy, human resources, and regional connectivity. And also the land rehabilitation is the need for that was acknowledged, and it is included in the measure for restructuring the economy. From GTF, the Slovenian coal region will receive 236 million euros, and 1/3 of it will go to the Zasavje region. Our territorial plan is planned to be operational in the beginning of next year, and the transition process will be managed by different institutions, by the government, by the ministry, and also our agency will be involved in it as an intermediary body responsible for interacting with state and local institutions. And within our agency also the Center for Just Transition will be established, which will assist stakeholders in drafting their project proposals, and the center will be also responsible for the promotion of just transition on local, regional, and state level. So this is all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And last but not least, we have a presentation, a duo from Hungary. And the title is Just Transition in North Hungary. The presenters are Dr. Zsuzsa Piskóti Kovács, Head of Coal Commission Secretariat at Eszterházy Károly Catholic University. She's working for the Hungarian Coal Commission Secretariat as the leader of the unit. She is skilled in project management, finance and geography. She has 12 years experience in the research industry. She is committed to contribute actively to the design of green vision for just and sustainable transition of North Hungary. And the other one, Csaba Vaszkó, Life Project Consultant. He supports the work of the Secretariat as project consultant. He has more than 15 years demonstrated experience in climate change, energy, core regions transition, agriculture, water and nature resource management, and supply chains. By their presentation, they would like to provide you an overview about the planning process of just transition in North Hungary.
Thank you very much, the kind introduction and for your all-day work, Gergő. Thank you for that. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to be here with you today. So, as Gergő mentioned, I would like to provide an overview about how we plan the just transition in North Hungary. I was involved into the planning of just transition by the mentioned LIFE EP North Hungary project. You could hear many details about that from Barbara, so I wouldn't repeat it. I guess it is not necessary. But I want to emphasize that this is the project which provided the opportunity to establish the Coal Commission Secretariat at our university, and we have two missions. First of all, we would like to involve the stakeholders into the transition, and another thing, to build connection with the other core regions. This is the reason why I'm so happy today, because we have guests from 4 core regions today. So, just some basic information, because Barbara provided you details that why these countries are eligible for the GTF. I just want to emphasize that you can see a map, Heves and Bals-Toboj-Zemplén counties, and I would like to emphasize that our life integrated projects scope covers only these counties. And Barbara was speaking about the significance of the Matra power plant. I would just to add some information. So the Matra power plant is one of the key employers of the region. It means that it has more than 2,000 employees. And if we take into account its subsidiaries and the companies from the Eastern Industrial Park, we can say that it provides livelihood for more than 3,000 families. So I think that it is important to emphasize. And the process, I would like to show you a timeline. So we started the work during the autumn of 2020. In Hungary, the Ministry for Innovation and Technology is responsible for elaborating the territorial just transition plans. So we are in a lucky situation because we have the Life Integrated project. But beside that, the ministry got technical assistance from the Commission, and they contracted with the KPMG. So they were responsible for drafting the plans. And the Hungarian government approved the TGTPs on last summer, and we got feedback during last December. And we were working on the plans during the whole springtime, and we can see that we are now at the consulting phase. And what was our role? What is our role in that process, the Core Commission Secretariat? So first of all, we had to map the stakeholders of the transition. We are in an advantageous situation because the Live Integrated Project involves 22 members, and they are the key stakeholders of the transition. But it was necessary to carry out interviews with them in order to collect information about their attitude toward the transition. After that, we begin to implement our stakeholder engagement activities, but I don't want to take the show from my colleague Csaba, because he will provide you details about these activities, which were necessary to determine the needs of the region and to determine the intervention measures. Thank you, Csaba. This one. Okay.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'll take over from here. First, I would like to talk about the stakeholder engagement activities. It is important to note that we, in the first one and a half years of this project, we wanted to use stakeholder engagement tools to gain first-hand experience and to provide inputs for the territorial just transition planning processes. 3 Core Commission meetings were organized for 190 participants. 8 workshops and Core Commission working group meetings were organized, mainly for local authorities, current employers, central government representatives and trade unions, with the involvement of 120 participants. 2 conferences on economic diversification for local or regional enterprises were organized for 100 participants, and 2 awareness-raising conferences for wider public were organized for 300 participants. And in addition, we organized more than 40 stakeholder, personal or virtual stakeholder interviews. And we used these stakeholder engagement actions to identify the possible impacts of the transition and the local needs. And based on these, we were able to identify intervention measures or actions and to receive the first proposed investments under the GTF. So something about local needs. We have identified 6 groups of local needs based on the stakeholder engagement actions. And it seems to be the most obvious that the GTF should focus on the declining sectors, which is namely the lignite sector. So the first local need is the workforce, supporting workforce, and we have identified 4 vulnerable groups of workers: the direct employees of the lignite sector, which is the Matre power plant, the indirect employees, which includes the subsidiaries of the lignite sector, and the suppliers and the subcontractors of the lignite sector, and the industrial park workers that are working in the industrial park, which is operating near the power plant. There is many challenges regarding the workforce. For example, many of the workers have very special skills that are not marketable on the current labor market. Many of the miners have very poor health status. Their average age is quite high, and the wages paid by the Matre power plant is relatively higher than the regional average. And a very important local need is that the workers would like to go and work on the same site for the same salary. The second is the economic transition, or the regional economy. There is a need for local investments that can create economic value, that can pay local taxes, that can pay wages, that can absorb workforce, local workforce, and that can use local infrastructures and local assets. A very important local characteristics, especially in Heves County, that small and medium enterprises are not innovative on their own, so they follow large investments and large enterprises. And another characteristics, mainly from Borsod-Abaúj-Zemplén County, that the large number of ETS facilities. And there is also a need for investment in green economy, whatever it would mean. The third is the energy storage or energy aspect. With the growing weather-dependent renewable energy capacities, there is a need for investment in energy storages that can provide flexibility to the system. The next one is residential lignite or households, because there is a very special vulnerable group of households in this region, households that have low incomes, and that households that use or have been using lignite for home heating. So GTF should or aims to address these vulnerable people or vulnerable households as well. And the challenge is that individual investments in households or in residential scale may cause social tensions or conflicts. And the investment costs, so the value of the investment can be many times higher than the value of the property. The next local need is green mobility, because interurban transport is highly dependent, especially in the narrowed geographical scope, is highly dependent on the transportation system of the Matre power plant. Several settlements have interurban contacts just because workers are traveling from them or through them to the Matre power plant and the mines. And another aspect regarding mobility is the working roads on the territory of the lignite mines. We are talking about 3,000 hectares, and there are many roads, and this road network could be used by local communities for other purposes after the mining, for example, cycling-based tourism. And the last local need is the alternative recultivation or land use of mines. Because obviously the power plant has obligations for the reclamation, but these areas could be used for other purposes like tourism, recreation, or solar PV projects. I don't want to go into details about what the GTF aims to finance and what it doesn't, because you have heard detailed presentations already. But I would like to mention three things that the GTF wants to support: workers, economic diversification towards carbon neutral economy, and reducing environmental and demographic and health impacts. So, based on this, we have identified, not surprisingly, 6 intervention measures or actions. The first is focusing on supporting workers, which means that GTF aims to support or provide complex career change services for workers, focusing on the direct employees of the Matre power plant and the indirect employees, supply chain subsidiaries, subcontractors, and the workers that are working in the industrial park. The second is the economic diversification. New investments are expected from the GTF, especially in green economy, with special regard to renewable energy industry, energy efficiency industry, energy storage, which is a battery industry. And also investments are expected from large enterprises and ETS facilities if they can reduce significantly their greenhouse gas emission, and with the condition that they save significant number of jobs, and if they engage their SME suppliers and subcontractors. Regarding energy, investments are expected at pilot scale in energy storage to provide flexibility to the current system and to provide flexibility for energy community projects that the GTF also aims to implement. The next one is household level. As we concluded that individual investments at household scale is not appropriate, we concluded that energy community approach is more beneficial or more appropriate, but there's many challenges. And GTF aims to focus on low-income households that use lignite for home heating. The next one is mobility. The conversion of the transport and transportation system of the Matra power plant to low carbon and demand-driven based is straightforward if it takes into account the need of local settlements that comes from the local authorities. And the last one is repurposing, basically the alternative land use of mines. And we have strategic projects under planning that are focusing on mining, cultural heritage-based tourism, and agriculture and recreation. And finally, the next steps and issues to be clarified. There is a need for further segmentation of the workers, groups of workers according to their vulnerability, for example, age, marketable competencies, and skills. It has to be clarified how it is possible to keep workers in employment under these circumstances when a retraining program lasts 2 years or even longer. It has to be clarified the impacts of the planned investments with special regard on the employment impact and the economic diversification impact. We think that we have to narrow down the scope of the GTF and to decide whether priority calls or open calls are needed. And we have to determine how large enterprises can be beneficiaries and how they can be obliged to engage SMEs in their tenders and their implementations. The same with ETS facilities. And we have to define green economic activities that have growth or growth potential in the region. It is not obvious yet. And finally, it has to be clarified if we want to alleviate energy poverty at household level. We have to clarify the legal and technical and economic and operational conditions of energy community project investments that can reduce or replace lignite at household level. Thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you, everybody. This is the end. But I would like to tell you some important information about the evening. It was a little change in the schedule. The dinner is not 7 o'clock. It will be 6 o'clock, okay? It's important for everybody. It will be, a gala dinner together. And tomorrow the conference will be continued by thematic sessions with the highlighted questions of transition. I hope you will enjoy yourself in our beautiful city. Have a nice day. Goodbye. We will meet in the evening.
So thank you, but before saying goodbye, I would like to provide floor for questions.